Yes. Whenever we have a quorum, you can go ahead and do the roll call.
Okay. Ms. Grijalva? Dr. Gavosha? Ms. Luna Rose?
Here.
Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Ms. Counts?
Here. And I do see Ms. Grijalva is present.
And Dr. Gavosha just walked in. Okay.
Okay, great.
Here.
Okay. All right. Tonight we're going to start the evening with our first student that will be reading the land acknowledgement statement. Her name is Alyssa Lopez. She is a senior at Palo Verde High School. She is Tohono O'odham and from the Sells District and community. Alyssa likes to play softball and paint. And after graduation, Alyssa will be going into cosmetology. Is Alyssa Lopez here?
I'm here.
Hi, Alyssa. Thanks for joining us. If you could go ahead and read the land acknowledgement statement, we would appreciate it.
Okay. On behalf of the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Alyssa Lopez, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pasquayaqui tribe.
Great. Thank you so much, Alyssa. And have a good graduation and all the celebrations, and be safe. And thanks for sticking with us through this tough year.
You're welcome.
Take care.
You too.
Bye. Okay, next we have Tatiana Harris, who will be reading the Pledge of Allegiance. Tatiana is a fifth grader at Whitmore Elementary. She has been at Whitmore for all of her elementary career, kinder through fifth. She will be attending Dodge Middle School for the 21-22 school year. Her hobbies and interests are loving art, dancing, and music, specifically pop music. She also loves to play soccer and basketball. Principal and teachers describe Tatiana as a sweetheart, responsible, hard worker, always putting in effort, makes people smile, positive in every situation, and loves to help others. She tutors her peers in class. Tatiana overall is a role model to other kids in the classroom. One teacher commented how she loves to see Tatiana walking with her little sisters down the hall. Tatiana's family is loved by Whitmore staff as they are supportive and help other families feel welcome. That's wonderful. Is Tatiana here?
Ms. Counts, her
Yes.
mother emailed me and said that she's in the meeting, but I don't see her here.
Okay. Maybe is it under a different name?
No. Maybe she needs to turn on her microphone or unmute herself or turn on her video. But
Yeah, Tatiana, if you're here, if you could unmute or turn on your video. I see a hand, there was a hand raised. I don't know if that was her. So that's attendees. I see it, she's under attendees, and she's raising her hand. Tatiana, are you able to use a microphone?
I just moved her into the meeting.
Into the meeting? Okay.
That it wasn't giving her.
Oh, there she is. Hi, Tatiana.
Hi.
So, hope you could join us. Thanks for being here. If you could go ahead, I read your bio, and thanks for being such a wonderful member of our TUSD community and being a real student leader. If you could go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance and lead us through that, we would appreciate it. Yep.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tatiana, for joining us. Have a great last few days of school. Summer.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Dr. Trujillo, do we have any agenda adjustments?
Yes, President, Counts, board members, I'd like to move item 7.9 regarding the district's recommendation for 301 expenditure plan and item 8.1 wage analysis administrative recommendations to immediately following the call to the audience. This will ensure that these items reach our governing board members when they have the highest level of activity before fatigue sets in at the later part of the night. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Any objections to that, board members? Okay, not hearing any. That's what we will do. And Dr. Trujillo, we are going on to awards and recognitions.
Yes, thank you, President Counts. If I can ask Mr. Jean, if you could be so kind to pull up our presentation. That's great. Just give me a minute. All right. Our first recognition this evening involves the Legacy of Excellence. Palo Verde Magnet High School had 3 recipients of the Legacy of Excellence College Scholarship, and African American Student Services Department and a Legacy of Excellence College Scholarship Committee awards scholarships each year to African American seniors who have demonstrated an outstanding commitment to learning and a desire to further their education. Congratulations, Malaya Thomas and Nazivana Providence, who were both awarded the $5,000 Legacy Scholarship. Maziki Lisano Charmante, who was awarded the $2,000 Excellence Scholarship. All 3 of you, we are extremely proud of you all. Congratulations again, Legacy of Excellence Scholarship winners coming out of Palo Verde Magnet High School. Go Titans. Our next recognition hails from the Hollinger K-8 community, as we want to recognize Mrs. Mayra Ruiz from Hollinger K-8. Oh, looks like our screen is a little bit out of whack. If we can get the slide for Miss Ruiz, Jean. There we go. Our next recognition is Mayra Ruiz, Hollinger K-8. She was recently awarded and presented with the Tucson Values Teacher Excellence Award. And congratulations. You are truly, truly an exceptional representative and ambassador of not just Hollinger K-8, but of our Tucson Unified community as well. Next up. And this is for Jim Metz, Palo Verde High School. We want to also congratulate our second Tucson Values Teacher Excellence Award, Mr. Jim Metz. He is from Palo Verde High School. Congratulations, you along with Ms. Ruiz, another outstanding ambassador, not just of the Palo Verde community, but also for the Tucson Unified community as well. Next up, I want to recognize Maldonado Elementary for their various foundation awards. They have been hauling in the awards. Let's get it started. They've been awarded a $5,000 grant through the Laura Bush Foundation for America's Library. Yes, the former First Lady's Foundation for America's Libraries has established the return of librarians and library resources as the sole focus of the foundation, and they have awarded more than $1 million in library grants to schools throughout the nation just this year. These funds will be used to purchase books promoting multicultural diversity, high interest, low level readability, and of course additional resources for intermediate and more advanced students. Maldonado was selected for the grant through the Captain Planet Foundation. The project Learning Garden raised beds along with all of the materials for a successful garden. That's awesome, including a kitchen cart and lesson supplies. Brought to Maldonado by the good folks at the Captain Planet Foundation. This school also was a recipient of another $2,500 grant from the Marshall Foundation towards a new STEM lab for the school. This effort was in collaboration with our very own EEF, Educational Enrichment Foundation, proudly serving the Tucson Unified community for several decades now. Next up, we want to congratulate a slate of schools that have earned the Avid School-Wide Site of Distinction Award. This is amazing news. Avid is one of the most nationally renowned programs for college readiness that's employed in secondary schools across the nation. And it is a huge initiative here in the Tucson Unified school community. I want to congratulate Doolin, Utterback, and Choya for being certified as Avid School-Wide Sites of Distinction. This is no easy task. There's a very rigorous criteria, and there's a very rigorous inspection and qualification process to earn the label of School of Distinction. Congratulations again, Doolin Middle School, Utterback, and Choya. Next up, no stranger to accolades. Here we go again. University High School, the Penguins ranked number 17 in the annual ranking by U.S. News and World Reports as the best high schools in the United States of America. Congratulations to UHS, which has been named one of the best high schools in the nation according to the new ranking by U.S. News and World Reports. UHS ranks at number 17 in a list of more than 17,800 public high schools throughout the nation. This is an improvement from their number 22 ranking last year. UHS is also ranked number 6 in the nation for traditional schools and number 1 in Arizona for traditional schools and number 2 in Arizona for all schools. Also notable is that UHS scores at 98% for math proficiency, 99.2 for the college readiness score, and has a 99% graduation rate. And to any of us that have walked that campus, it is one of the most diverse school communities in the Tucson Unified School District. We are so proud of our Penguins. We wish them continued success and accolades. Next up, we want to recognize our finance department. Congratulations to the finance department, as the Tucson Unified School District has received the Arizona School Business Officials International Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for our fiscal year 2020 comprehensive annual financial report. The district has received this award starting in 1988 through 2020, a total of 33 years. Our participation in the COE program is a testament to our district's commitment to transparency and high-quality financial reporting. I want to give a special shout-out to the finance department. I often say 2 of the most difficult jobs in all of TUSD reside in the superintendent's office and in finance. TUSD is one of the most scrutinized institutions financially in the county and in the city. And our viewing public, our taxpayers, our homeowners, and parents can take special pride in this award, knowing that their hometown school district operates with the highest levels of transparency and fidelity. Congratulations again, TUSD Finance, for this prestigious recognition. And it is always heartwarming when the private sector and our private business community makes an investment in the health and well-being and the academic improvement of our public schools, and such is the case with Lowe's Home Improvement. I want to thank them for their mass donation. Thank you to the good folks and partners at Lowe's Home Improvement Store, number 1754, for donating face masks to both Project More and DATE programs. We may think that we're almost done with this pandemic, but the pandemic is not done with us. Masks are going to be of great use now and in the future, and we certainly look forward to distributing this resource to our schools and our communities out there at Project More and DAPE. And I have two more, if I could just do a quick screen share. I would be remiss if I didn't remind the district that May 29th, 2021 has been declared by our county Grace Soto Day. Those longtime residents of the historic Barrio Anita will recognize Grace Soto as the legendary owner of the iconic Anita Street Market in this historic quarter of our city. Grace's legacy of kindness is best exemplified by the Nanantata's Miracle on Santa Anita toy drive that touched the lives of thousands of students across the city, and particularly in Barrio Anita, for so many years. And the connection to TUSD, here it is. What is the iconic TUSD school that resides in the heart of Santa Anita, Barrio Santa Anita? It's our beloved Davis community, and her support and love and passion for Davis was exemplified each and every single year through all of the delicious food that she supported that school with. So we want to remind everybody that May 29th has been declared Grace Soto Day, and that would have been her 81st birthday. Happy birthday to a Tucson and Pima County legend. And lastly, I want to take this opportunity to ask everybody in the district to join me in saying thank you to the nurses assistants, and the health assistants that have served in this district each and every single day on campuses across this district throughout this pandemic. You have answered the call each and every single day, physically reporting to work at every phase of the pandemic, whether it was early on, helping us with key mitigation efforts, or as the pandemic progressed, helping us get testing up and running. You've helped us with contact tracing, and now you're on the front lines helping the county administer vaccines through all of the different pop-up sites that are now starting to hit TUSD. So we know that we passed a stipend for you, but we wanted to take that extra step and say thank you for all of the incredible service that you have rendered to this district throughout each and every day of this very, very difficult pandemic. With that, President Counts, members of the governing board, that concludes the superintendent's district recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Board members, activity reports.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
I just wanted to acknowledge some time spent with the Mexican American Student Services at Rincon on May 8th. I helped give out certificates to 8th graders and graduating seniors with Maria Frederico Brummer and her team. It was a really fun day, and I really enjoyed being able to do that. It was a drive-through, and if anybody's familiar with Rincon, it was within their parking lot that is kind of rectangular, so it actually worked really well. I was glad to have shade because it was pretty warm that day, but the Mexican American Student Services did such a wonderful job, and they had a nice setup once you got your certificate to go drive down and take photos at their little photo station, and it was just a lot of fun. There was a DJ, and I think lots of nice decorations. It just got everybody really excited about something nice to look forward to, and not something nice to receive after a really, I think, tough year for everybody. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And this hasn't happened yet, and I know other board members are probably going to be doing the same thing Thursday, but I'm looking forward. I'm going to be at the Rincon graduation Thursday night, and it'll be my first time on that field as a board member and not a student, because I am an alumni there, so it's I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Ms. Luna Rose. Other board members?
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Grijalva.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to be at several pop-ups at our schools. So in wearing two hats with Pima County Board of Supervisors and a TUSD board member. I've been at Pueblo 2 times, Miller, advertising a lot for all of our schools. And I just want to thank all of those school communities for being so open to welcoming the Pima County, both Pima side. I mean, I think it's been a really critical partnership. And one of the great things that that I saw when I was at Pueblo is entire families being vaccinated together. And so young people are encouraging their parents to get vaccinated, which I think is really great. I was also a judge at Mr. Pueblo Warrior, so that was fun, and it was outside. And I was also at the event with Miss Luna Rose at Rincon, and I just thought that that was really a very fun event. And she described it really accurately, so I thought that that was very helpful. And what I would like to say, though, is I was able to participate as a parent at the Tucson International Mariachi Conference. They had this, they're going to be broadcasting all of the show, but in trying to just support mariachi music and folklorico dancing in the way that the conference would have. And so what they let us do is groups would go up and only their parents could be part of the audience to watch them. And then we would leave when our children would leave. But so many of our schools, Rayos at Tucson High School was there, Pueblo High School, Ross Scrooge. It was just a really amazing event. Sunnyside was also there. So I just thought it was a really good community event. And we've been, the commitment has been made by our mayor that the Mariachi Conference will return to downtown. So that was very exciting. It's been a busy month, and with schools reopening, it's one of those things where, should I visit, should I not? So I think everyone's been really busy. But this year I'll be at Pueblo High School, so I'm excited to be there. And it is my alma mater, and so I can totally relate to Miss Luna Rose on the first time I was able to walk on that field afterwards. It's a really great experience, so enjoy.
Thank you. Any other board members? And I can't see, so yes, just chime in.
Thank you, Ms. Counts. Yeah, I'm excited to join graduation for the first time here in TUSD. I'll be joining UHS this Thursday over at Keno Stadium. So my first time at Keno Stadium, not getting a vaccine, and my first time at a TUSD graduation. So excited to be there.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. So I have successfully signed up my daughter for summer school. I'm not sure if since the last meeting if they revamped the application, but it was quite easy for me to do it over my phone this time around. And so, yeah, I do encourage any parents listening out there that, you're still able to sign your kids up. And there's a lot of programs we're offering this summer, so please take advantage of that. I'm also going to be participating in the Catalina High School graduation this Thursday. Looking forward to that. And also earlier that day, I'm going to be speaking to some kids at Catalina and reading to them as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I have something kind of unique and special that I was pleasantly surprised to discover at Pueblo High School. We have the Warriors Wrestling Club, and so I was participating there just as a parent and getting my son involved, but it's a really, really cool program that I think really builds not only the important skills of sportsmanship and health and athleticism in our younger kids, but it gets kids interested in TUSD in having these club sports at our high schools. And my son is already in love with Pueblo and wants me to drive 45 minutes every day each way just so that he can go there. But it's really a neat way that our older athletes can mentor that next generation and stay in shape and get kids excited about being part of the TUSD sports community or schools, and it's really neat. And I saw that Pueblo is also doing that with the club football And so it's so wonderful, and I just hope that we can expand more of that. I won't be able to go to any graduations this year. I will be celebrating my 10-year anniversary with my husband, and we're going to go out of town. But I congratulate all of our graduates and families on this big, important day. And thank you all so much for entrusting us with your education, and congratulations. Okay, that moves us on to Ms. Shaw, call to the audience.
During the audience call, the board clerk will recognize speakers and maintain order by setting appropriate limitations. The governing board is committed to the safety of the entire TUSD community in order to observe the recommended safeguards for reducing the rate of spread of COVID-19. The following procedures related to the call to the audience portion of board meetings will be observed. All public comments for the meeting were accepted in written form. Public comments will be read into the record by the program coordinator of staff services to the governing board. Our staff will make sure each board member receives a copy. At the conclusion of the call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if individual board members wish to respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the board, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. By law, at most 2 board members can address any single issue raised during the call to the audience, and contents of this card are public information. And the first letter is from Judith Bohm.
Dear Governing Board and Dr. Trujillo, thank you for recognizing the need to improve pay for subs. However, the district is proposing limiting the opportunities we have had to get jobs at higher paying schools. This is detrimental to morale and will hurt subs who depend on this job to earn a living. Please do not adopt any plan that decreases the opportunities to earn $135 per day or a higher rate at any school. Again, thank you for thinking about the substitutes. We work hard, often on short notice, and are dedicated to the children at TUSD. Sincerely, Judith Bohm.
Next is Barbara Nersessian.
Dear Governing Board and Dr. Trujillo, thank you for recognizing the need to improve pay for subs at the district's lower paying schools. However, the district is also proposing limiting the opportunities we have had to get jobs at higher paying schools. This is detrimental to morale and will hurt subs who depend on this job to earn a living. Please do not adopt any plan that decreases the opportunities to earn $135 per day or a higher rate at any school. Substitutes are an extremely important part of TUSD. We are degreed. Some of us are retired teachers, and all of us are dedicated and committed to our students. I, for one, have been working at a long-term sub for over 5 years. This year, I worked at Rincon for the entire school year. I love my work and my students. Sincerely, Barbara Nersessian.
Next is Cecilia Marson.
Hello, I am writing to talk about the compression pay for school bus drivers and monitors. We as drivers and monitors would like to have a reasonable wage to put food on our table, and it's not happening yet. It could be done with a stipend, would rather have hourly wage go up to keep it with the cost of living for 21-22. My job as a school bus aide monitor is to help the driver and to keep my students safe and happy on their long journey to school and back to home, or etc. With the COVID-19, there are more issues on the buses than normal. The issues happen mostly with special education students. Amphitheater and Flowing Wells, for example, get compensated for the special need routes, and we in TUSD do not. I have other drivers and myself dealing with my eyeglasses being taken off my face and getting broke or thrown out the window, and we are not compensated for the loss of personal property like this. I know I could be on a different buses without special needs, but I feel I could make a difference with proper training. We also get hit and kicked, and sometimes on an everyday basis. What I want to know is how this can be taken care of. Writing them up is not working. CTI training might help. Thank you for your input on this matter. I would like to make a difference. Cecilia Marson.
Next is Laura Tolarski-Stevens.
Dear Governing Board and Superintendent Trujillo, thank you for recognizing the need to improve pay for subs in the district. Most of the proposed changes are an improvement to the current rates, with the exception of the proposed changes to sub pay at the district's hard-to-fill schools. The way that hard-to-fill schools are defined in the proposal is based on school fill levels over the course of the pandemic, much lower than usual, rather than a regular year. This may work as a rubric for this coming year, but setting the bar at 75% is unrealistic in most years, and will only serve to eliminate the opportunities we have had to get jobs at higher paying schools. If these higher paying hard to fill jobs are reduced and or eliminated in this way, it will be detrimental to morale, and it will hurt subs who depend on this job to earn a living. If there are reduced opportunities for subbing at hard to fill schools, the subs who work in them will actually be taking a pay cut. Furthermore, incentive for filling jobs at these schools will also be greatly reduced. Please consider the way in which these hard-to-fill schools are defined, and please do not adopt any plan that decreases the opportunities for substitutes to earn $135 per day or any higher rate at any school. Sincerely, Laura Toliski Stevens.
Next is Jason Freed.
Evening, President Counts, Board Members, Superintendent Trujillo, and General Counsel Ross. My name is Jason Freed, and as you know, I am extremely involved in helping to make TUSD the best we can be. Specifically, I have been a member of the 301 committee for 8 years, and I plan to share how the work went this year and the concerns I have regarding the PowerPoint you will be presented with tonight. Likely due to the pandemic, we started the 301 meetings late this year, which limited the number of times we could meet. That being said, good dialogue took place and improvements have been made to next year's 301 plan. I will gladly share the positives, but need to first share my concerns. First, I believe the district is proposing that we vote next school year. I was not aware that we were allowed to do this, as we have never done so before. So please make certain that doing so in no way jeopardizes our 301 funds. Next, the district is presenting a 301 plan that carries forward over $2 million. The district just recently stopped the practice of carrying forward significant dollars in this account, so it seems foolish to go down this path again. Lastly, slide 6 of the presentation is more than a little misleading. In short, there is an implication that teachers will be getting a $4,600 raise next year. That is simply not true. To be clear, the raise is less than $1,000. The district is showing $3,200 in one-time payments, an additional $500 that is from school year 2020 to 2021. There is no reason to include one-time money in this fashion, and including a school year 2020-2021 payment is completely out of place. There are great improvements in the plan, so let's just highlight those. Specifically, the moving of counselors back to TDRA, giving educators a one-time payment so that we do not balloon the carryover, the decreasing of pay for performance so that we can increase salaries. These are all good things, and I wish the PowerPoint would have focused on those improvements and had a more clear picture regarding the compensation. Please make certain that voting next year does not put 301 funds in jeopardy. Please look closely at the over $2 million the district plans to carry forward. And please make sure we share out accurately that the district is proposing a modest yet appreciated $900 or so salary increase, which seems to be inflated if you only look at slide 6. There are some very good things in this proposal 301 plan, so let's speak for themselves while verifying the concerns I have raised. Thank you, Jason Freed, TUSD veteran teacher.
Kira Salentis.
Thank you for considering an increase in the daily rate for subs for the upcoming school year. I am writing because I am concerned about the decrease in the number of hard-to-fill schools proposed for the upcoming year. In the past, this list had 25 schools. There are only 17 schools on the proposed list for next year. This will result in a pay decrease for myself and others who actively seek out jobs at the hard-to-fill schools paying $135 a day. The proposal states that starting next school year, the hard-to-fill list will be created using the fill rates from the previous 2 semesters, but there is a chart with the fill rates from fall of 2019. One semester of data alone is not an accurate representation of which schools truly lack subs. The second problem I have with the new list is the only factor used to create it is in percentage of jobs filled. Several schools on the new list request a low volume of subs, meaning if a handful of subs at that school don't get picked up, they end up on the list. Compare Tucson High, which in August 2019 requested 386 subs and had 31 jobs unfilled, but its fill rate for August 2019 was 91%. To Lawrence, which requested 7 subs that August 3rd, of which were unfilled, making their fill rate 75%. There are other schools that have been on the list in the past, such as Pister, which requests lots of subs, 166 in August 2019, with a fill rate for the month of 95%. These schools will be hurt by being removed from the list because subs will be desensitized from going to these schools due to their low letter grade, several vacant teacher positions, and geographic distance from the center of town. Yet these schools didn't make the hard-to-fill list. The PowerPoint with this proposal says compensation study final recommendations. However, substitute wages were not mentioned in the last board meeting. So I encourage the board to take this time necessary to analyze this and to hear input from the substitutes. Thank you, Kira Selenstis.
Next is Maria Gomez.
My main concern is why you guys always said good things about our drivers, but you never do nothing for them, like give them a raise, because like you know, they are carrying the most precious people for everybody. Why they are underpayment when people with CDL, carting trash, or materials for construction are getting like $20 or $25, and drivers that were with TUSD for 20 years are getting only $17. Please look at this subject very carefully. Thanks, Maria Gomez.
Next is Dolores de Vera.
Governing board members, Dr. Trujillo and staff, we are very pleased to see in tonight's board packet a proposal that increases pay for subs at our 63 lower paying schools. Taking the rate to $125 per day will allow subs to earn $395 more per day than they were able to earn at those schools in 2000, some 21 years ago. However, we are concerned with the part of the proposal that will ultimately reduce the number of schools offering higher pay. Since Dr. Trujillo came on, we have always designated 25 schools as L25 or hard to fill. These 25 schools currently offer better pay rates, currently $135 per day for daily work and $145 for long-term work. Tonight's proposal will only allow those higher rates of the school's fill rate fell below 75% the previous year. That rarely happened pre-pandemic. Fill rates were missing precisely because the district began offering $135 at some schools. If you were to cut the pay rate simply because the school achieves a 76% fill rate, we will soon lose the opportunity to earn these better rates. This seems really unfair. You need more schools or all schools offering better rates, not fewer. When you cut pay or reduce the opportunities to earn better pay, subs will feel kicked in the gut again, and your fill rates will fall. Your fill rates and your reputation as a good employer will increase if you can design a system that offers a decent wage and offers long-term subs pay differentials that recognize the increased workload. We know designing that system isn't as easy as it sounds. Tonight's proposal does take some steps in the right direction, but we urge you to not approve the recommendations on substitute pay tonight. Send it back to administration to perfect. For discussion's sake, we've attached a different proposal that emerged after some of our union brothers and sisters reviewed the administrative proposal. Signed, Dolores de Vera and others, long-term substitutes.
Next is Veronica Lopez.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Trujillo. I, Veronica Lopez, been in TUSD Transportation Bus Monitor for 16 years. I've seen so many changes since I started working here. My duties are helping the drivers with the students on the buses to make sure that they are safe on the buses. I've been used in other departments, like at schools, to help the teachers with the students to go to the bathroom break and lunch breaks during the pandemic when other departments were on Zoom. In order to get paid, we had to work outside of our homes, exposing ourselves and our families in this pandemic. The cost of living is going up and our paychecks are getting smaller with everything going up like medical insurance. Like $40 more per month per paychecks. Veronica Lopez.
Next is Nanette Murray.
Dear Governing Board and Dr. Trujillo, Tucson High Magnet School is a star in TUSD's crown. In the last 10 years, my niece and 2 children have attended THMS, with the last one graduating Thursday. I am very grateful to have had this educational option for my family members. THMS offers such a wide variety of options to serve many different needs. Students can enroll in traditional classes, honors classes, GATE classes, AP classes, Pima College co-enrolled classes, and U of A co-enrolled classes. Students are not locked into one track. They and their families can choose the appropriate class for each subject as well as for that particular time in their lives. Tucson High enriches students' lives with an incredible slate of course offerings. My kids have benefited from the dance program, theater, and the stellar steel drums program. The steel drums performances are amongst the most entertaining I have ever seen. It is uplifting to see how much fun the students are having as they play. The biotech program is exceptional, especially the sanity program in the Chiricahua. THMS, in cooperation with U of A College of Science, takes students to do real research at a field research station. What a great opportunity. The career and technical education offerings are endless. My family has appreciated the opportunities to take classes in graphic design, photography, and electronics. Students can take advantage of these courses because THMS have a 7-period schedule. Students can explore career options, hobbies, or recover credits, yet still graduate on time. The board and the district have wisely chosen to district funds to support that, and it is greatly appreciated. Thank you for supporting this 115-year tradition of excellence. Tucson High Magnet School, Nanette Murray, parent.
Next is Cherie Cassidy.
Hello. The recently hired principal of Sabino High School wouldn't answer my direct question to her regarding this topic. So I pose my question to you as the board members of TUSD and appreciate a direct response. My question to the board is to find out what your position is surrounding critical race theory and the 1619 Project. How do you plan to address this power play from the current Biden administration for teaching anti-racism education in public schools, which actually cultivates racism? Will you follow suit like the leaders in Idaho, Texas, and Tennessee, or will you incorporate this Marxist ideology into the curriculum at your schools? Thank you, Cherie Cassidy.
Next is Jessica Diber.
TUSD Governing Board. I am a full-time working mother of a Sam Hughes Elementary second grade student. Myself and many other TUSD parents are being called back to work in person this summer. We will no longer have the ability to pick up our children up from school and bring them home while we finish our work days. We are in need of after-school care. The schools in the district that contract the services of an after-school program are not being allowed to resume in the fall, yet the very few schools that do not have to contract out to get these services are going to offer after-school care. The decision will force families to take their children out of schools like Sam Hughes so that they may find a school that can provide care. This not only hurts the school's enrollment and by extension its funding and faculty, but also the children who love their teachers and the tight-knit community that is Sam Hughes Elementary. This decision is unfair, unreasonable, and puts great strain and stress on the families in your care. I'm asking you to reconsider the decision to discontinue after-school care for schools like Sam Hughes as COVID numbers continue to decline and vaccination numbers continue to rise. Thank you, Jessica Daber.
Nicole Bao.
Dear Superintendent Trujillo and TUSD board members, I am a parent of a rising second grader at Sam Hughes Elementary School. My family has found ways to make this past exhausting upside-down school year work. We are privileged to have been able to do so. Flexible employment from home and a network of similarly privileged friends meant that we were able to accommodate first remote learning and then in-person learning with no before or after care and inflexible drop-off pickup times. It has not been easy, and it has required professional sacrifices from me and many other parents. I know that for families without these privileges, it has been a much more desperate struggle. I was therefore increasingly nervous that nothing had been announced for aftercare for the 2021-2022 school year as of early May, and then appalled to hear our principal announce that there would not be aftercare. No indication that she or TUSD was cognizant of the burden that this would place on families, no suggestions for alternate places to look, and no explanation beyond no contracts in place. This is flatly unacceptable, and wherever the fault lies, TUSD needs to step up and correct it. I believe in public schooling and support TUSD, and she's with my dollars, my votes, and calls to our state governing bodies. But I am sorely disappointed that this absolute bomb was dropped on parents with weeks to go in the school year, and not so much as a suggestion of a remedy. I'm fully aware that the district is limited in its flexibility, subject to state regulations and county health regulations. Even if the answer is that TUSD's hands are truly tied and nothing can be done until some conditions are met, TUSD and each school's principal has to know that the parents are tied and anxious, facing increasing demands from their employers to return to a normal work schedule, or increasing financial worries that will remove the flexibility to be present in the afternoons. TUSD has to let parents know that they are working on it, and to let parents know of existing and upcoming aftercare options that may be able to utilize. Use whatever leverage you have, make this work. Commit to the parents as she's and any other schools whose previous aftercare option is currently in limbo, that parents will not have to reduce their hours of employment just to make sure their children can remain in a TUSD public school. Commit to making this aftercare affordable without vastly increasing previous fees that would put care out of reach for all but families who can already afford other options. If you cannot do this, parents will continue to leave the district. If in-person schooling can be conducted safely, then aftercare has to be able to be conducted safely as well. If TUSD can offer free summer school to this entire student body, it can find a way to offer affordable, reliable aftercare to its students next school year. Commitment on this subject needs to be public, and it needs to come now, not in July when desperate parents will have made their other arrangements. Sincerely, Nicole Blau.
Are we running close to the time limit, Michelle? I think we're right at the 25-minute mark, Ms. Counts.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle's mic is not working right now.
Okay.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Grijalva?
Are we going to vote to extend, or are we?
I don't know if
move on.
I won't make that motion, but
No, I won't either. I mean, I just would like to know if there's anything else in the call to the audience as far as the subject that hasn't been addressed.
there has not.
I think the only thing that hasn't been addressed is making masks optional.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just, if we're going to close the call, then I have a question for Dr. Trujillo.
Okay. All right, not hearing any motions. That's call to the audience is complete. Ms. Grijalva, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Trujillo, can you address the Sam Hughes parents? I know that childcare is a really big issue, and that Sam Hughes is not the only school that is experiencing this concern, because they have an outside, I think they're a nonprofit that comes in to provide aftercare on their site. It's called Crew. So can you either send a communication, or if you want to address it now?
I'll do two things. I'll do two
go ahead.
things. So first of all, I have good news for the Sam Hughes community. We will be offering a before and after school program at the school. We will be moving it to our in-house community schools program that's part of the Tucson Unified School District early childhood education program, headed up by our director, who's on the call tonight and probably would speak to it a little bit later in her agenda item. So we'll no longer offer it as a third party. We'll bring it in-house. We'll staff it. We'll get it up and running. There will be details forthcoming. There are 3 other schools. There's a total of 4 schools in the district.
Oh, I thought it was only 3.
Yeah, there's a total of 4 that rely on a third-party vendor outside of KidCo and outside of our TUSD community schools to provide the before and after school program. We are going to move all 4 of those schools back in-house under our community schools program. I want to give our director and our regional assistant superintendents an opportunity to speak with the other 3 principals before giving the school names here publicly. I can give Sam Hughes publicly because we've been in contact with the principal and we've met with her and we've let her know of this move. And we'll see some formal correspondence going out to the parents so they can be rest assured that childcare before and after school will be provided in the upcoming school year.
Okay, and if you could look at the times that these outside programs are offering, because some after school programs are like an hour and a half and it's not ideal for working families. And so whatever the expectation is for these communities and what they've had for a number of years, if we can match those hours, I think that that would be really helpful. And I'm not opposed to bringing it in-house. I still think that we need to communicate with the third party just to let them know what our plans are. But I appreciate you saying that publicly because we've received a number of letters and a lot of them were critical of the site administration. And, you know, they really had their hands tied. They couldn't make a decision because this is a rental agreement that they have no oversight over. And so I appreciate you saying that publicly. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Yeah, on the same topic, Dr. Trio, I was hoping there might be an informational item sometime on another board meeting about after-school programs and before-school programs. We get a sense of what is the status of that in elementary schools and K-8 schools. And you know, someone mentioned KidCo. That's the program that we've relied on, you know, for the 3 years prior to the COVID pandemic, before KidCo was canceled. And I haven't heard anything about what the status of KidCo, if that's going to be an option again come this fall. From the Park District, and so if it is an option, great. If not an option, you know, what other options do we have for our other schools that do rely on KidCo? And so an informational item is something I'd like to request for a future board meeting to talk about after-school programs and options.
Absolutely.
Ms. Count?
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Dr. Trujillo, I'm glad to hear that we're going to offer the program at Sam Hughes. I was really concerned as my daughter no longer utilizes the program, but while we were at Sewell, she was a longtime member of the aftercare program, and lots of times I ran it till 6 o'clock to go and pick her up, and so I was really concerned for those parents because without that program, I don't know how we would have made it work. So to kind of bounce off Dr. Ravi's request, I had no idea that at least this level, the K-5, and if you're saying there's 3 other schools on top of Sam Hughes, is why they're all weren't in-house. I didn't know that we did that. We contracted out. So we can add that to the informational item to explain to not just the board members, but to the community. I think that will be really helpful. And I look... that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Trujillo, thank you for addressing that, and Ms. Grijalva for asking the direct question. After school care, you know, as an advocate for children and working families, I know how important this is. It's a critical need, and it goes hand in hand with being competitive. As a school district with our local charters and private schools that are, I would say, at least 90% of them are offering some sort of after-school program. I know that our mayor, Ms. Romero, and Paul Cunningham have both expressed interest in expansion of KidCo and actually had that as a central part of their platforms. So I'm wondering within that presentation if we can reach out to their offices. And, you know, I know we were making movement on that before the pandemic, and just seeing where the city's interest is now. with expansion of KidCo, because I really think it's actually critical for every elementary school for there to be some sort of after-school option. I couldn't take my kids to a school that didn't have an after-school option. We've used KidCo, which has been wonderful at Bloom, and next year I'm hoping for the after-school program at Davis, if we will be going to Davis instead of Bloom, is going to be going full force. What my question is related to just the availability of after-school programs. And at Davis, they weren't sure if they were going to be able to offer the after-school program for next year. And so I'm just hoping that as a district, we can give more direction to all of our schools on what the status is for after-school programming, and where we will land and come the following school year. And sooner rather than later to get that information to them, because they really have to be planning now. And for some of our schools that require a fee, like I know at Davis, it's a couple $100, which is very affordable, but per semester, they need to be collecting that money and letting parents know. So as much heads up and notice of where schools can what they can do for next year in after-school programs. So ones that are already currently in use, and then if we could reach out to the city to find out about expansion of KidCo.
Yes, absolutely. And the good news is we have our director for pre-K programming and community schools, Mrs. Kiewit, is on this call, so it's good that she's getting very direct feedback from the board. The superintendent's office will work directly with Mrs. Kiewit and her team to make sure that we get this agendized for one of our board meetings in June, and that we get notification to parents in the month of June about the status of opening their programs for the upcoming school year. It is a priority. We understand that childcare is a huge flashpoint for parents, and they need to know sooner rather than later the status of their programs.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other board member comments for the call to the audience?
I have a comment. We have been getting a lot of emails, and there are several letters to us for the call to the audience about making masks optional. I do think eventually we're going to have that conversation as a board, and I think we should at least start to review that matter, see what other school districts are doing, how it's fared for them. Just so we could stay ahead of, I guess, the curve. You know what I mean? Because it's eventually we can't. Well, we can do anything, but I think it will be good for us to look into the matter, because there's a lot of our constituents who are asking for us to review that matter, and so I think we should honor them by reviewing masks as optional, and how that logistically will be. I'm not sure where I fall on that spectrum, but I think we need to review it eventually, and so Dr. Trujillo, if you will add that to your review. Thank you.
So, good news, Board Clerk Shaw. We have an informational item tonight that the public language on this agenda item will permit the governing board to have an open discussion about the feasibility of masks and your thoughts on. It is informational, there's no vote, but the language of the item does allow for that conversation tonight. So good news.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members, comments? Okay. Dr. Trujillo, those two items, were they moved up right under, right after call to the audience and before consent?
Yes, President Counts.
Okay.
We wanted them to get them early.
Okay. Awesome. Great. Thanks. So that leads us to 7.9, Proposition 301, Classroom Site Fund Expenditure Plan for next school year.
Yes, I'd like to welcome our lead administrative contact persons and team that really have been working hard, and I want to compliment their efforts. They've done a tremendous job, and I also want to thank TEA leadership. They have been meeting like pretty much daily over the last couple of weeks to, I think, really get to a good place. And I want to thank Renee Weatherless. I want to thank Maricela Mesa, who will take the reins here in a moment. I want to thank President Cheney also for the time that she's put in. And then also Mr. Art Mendoza, who's our regional representative for AEA, who was also involved in these discussions as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Maricela. Go ahead and lead us off. And of course, Renee will be pitching in with the numbers.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. President Counts, governing board members, today we're coming forward with the expenditure proposal for classroom site funds. Throughout the last couple of months, we have been working very closely with TEA, and today, in agreement with TEA, I'm able to touch on some of the highlights, which includes counselors moving to TDRA salary schedule, and also includes recommendations regarding the weight attributed to performance pay. We're going to get into a little more detail as to how those numbers shape out throughout the presentation. And if the board were to approve the expenditure proposal tonight, we are able to include those amounts and numbers and move forward with the ratification of the performance pay plan. Then, once ratified, we will come to the board and ask for approval of the performance pay plan. So that is the action plan moving forward. With that, Ms. Weatherless will walk us through the expenditure proposal.
Thank you. President Counts, members of the governing board, Dr. Trio, Council Ross, and staff. If we go ahead and advance to the next slide, we're here just to touch on the classroom site funds. So this was presented in the prior meeting, but for the benefit of those watching in the audience, prior to March 18 of this year, our funds 11, 12, and 13, there were 3 funds inside of classroom site fund, one for base, one for performance pay, and one for a menu option. And the statute required that 20% of the revenue go to that Fund 11 base, 40% to performance pay, and 40% to Fund 13, which was a menu of options. And you can see how those funds were being used for teacher supplemental. Performance pay also included site council stipend and national board certification. And then the menu option also included the supplemental stipend as well as some other expenditures listed there, including fine arts, loss of planning, and liability insurance. The other thing that classroom site funds required was for employees to hold a valid teaching certificate. So when the changes were signed into effect on March 18th, if you advance to the next slide, these are the items that have changed. So the required or mandated revenue split was eliminated. So the 20%, 40%, and 40% was no longer required, so it was open. Now in Fund 12, which houses our performance pay, although it was no longer required to be 40% of the revenue allocation, performance pay still remained a required component of classroom site funds. The teaching certificate requirement was removed, it's no longer, and one additional expenditure type that was eligible under these classroom site funds was any expenditure under student support services. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So with the revenue allocation we were given, set by the Joint Budget Legislative Committee, that number was $733 per pupil. That did include some one-time revenue to the tune of $192, and then the more sustainable revenue increase was $116. So that meant overall we were receiving about $15 million of additional revenue in FY22, 9.3 of which was one-time monies and 5.6 of sustainable revenue. So if you go to the next slide. So we're bringing forth today the expenditure package proposal. So we'll walk through this from the top, starting with revenue at $733 per pupil, which equates to a total of $35.5 million. So as Ms. Mesa mentioned, one of the pieces of Classroom Site Fund is the performance pay. And within that, we are proposing a total, which used to be 40%, now for next year to be 15%. So those top 3 items, the site council stipend, the national board cert, and the performance pay stipend itself, would also be included in that 15% allocation. So if you were to compare that performance stipend to what it was in fiscal 2021, it actually decreased about $765. 700 of those dollars were being proposed to increase the supplemental base stipend. So that next line item, a $4,400 stipend, that's what we currently pay. And in our proposal of new initiatives, we're proposing to increase that number to $5,600. So it's a total of a $1,200 increase, but $700 of it is really coming out of that performance pay and being moved down into that supplemental base. So the fine arts teachers, targeted learning, the professional development, insurance and loss planning supervision, those are all current expenditures. So there's really no change there. So if you look at the bottom half of that chart for new initiatives, we brought forth a proposal a few weeks back to add 15 new fine arts teachers out of the classroom site funds to the tune of $980,000. So I just touched on the proposed increase for the supplemental base of $1,200. That's $4.1 million. To address the balance of one-time revenue, we are proposing a one-time payment in the amount of $2,000. Now, part of this funding source, if you look back at what has transpired with classroom site fund revenue, if you look at the revenue allocations specifically for this past year, fiscal 2021, there were monies that were allocated, about $40 per pupil, that were allocated inside of classroom site fund with the intention for those to move into M&O. So for our district, that's just under $2 million. So in original proposals that have been put forth, there was an addition of counselors and social worker FTE. We are proposing that those be moved in to absorb that M&O dollar amount. And then, as Ms. Mesa mentioned, moving counselors from TDRB to TDRA. So as a result of changing salary schedules, what that means is the counselor pay would see a net increase of about $1,800, because right now that's the gap between the TDRA and the TDRB schedule. Included in this dollar amount here under their proposal, counselors would now be on TDRA. They would be eligible to receive the full supplemental base stipend, as well as the proposed increase, and to receive the one-time payment of $2,000. So if you were to look at all of those expenditures, you're looking at about a $33.4 million proposal, which would leave a remaining balance of $2.1 million. Now, one of the things I would like to point out is that this remaining balance is not just Fund 12. It is not the balance that we have typically tried to deplete. It is the sum of all three funding sources that we used to house: Fund 11, Fund 12, and Fund 13. On the chart on the right, you'll see the comparison of new revenue. So the incremental dollars that we receive that we will receive next year is a total of 308. That includes the one-time money as well as the sustainable revenue. So that is just under 15 million. And if you were to account for the $500 increment to supplemental base, the one-time payment, as well as the additional cost for counselors, all of that amounts to about 9.7 million, which does represent 65% of that new revenue. On the bottom right, the ability to sustain this spending package. So if you take the revenue and back out one-time revenue and the same way back out one-time expenditures of that $2,000 payment, then you will see that both revenue and expenditures amount to 26.2 million. So therefore, at this rate, it would be sustainable. Any questions here? All right, go ahead and advance to the next slide. So what we wanted to show was, as a result of compensation that has already been approved, and if this spending package is approved, for a teacher, the compensation would include a step which was approved already, the supplemental base of $5,600, which represents that additional $1,200 that we're adding to it. A one-time payment of $2,000. Performance pay, as I mentioned, would see a decrease from the $2,265 to $1,500, $700 of it moving up to supplemental base. The transition stipend, which is targeted for June of this year, and a retention stipend, which is targeted for October of this year. If you add up all of that compensation, the total of additional compensation for a teacher would be $4,635. So with this package, if this spending package is approved, then on the right-hand side, we would be looking at our salary schedule for a teacher, which is composed of the base salary plus the supplemental that comes out of these funding sources. So at step one, a teacher would come in at $36,800 plus a $5,600 supplemental base stipend to total $42,400. And if we go to the next slide, we have done something similar for a counselor's compensation. So for a counselor, the step was previously approved, that's $500. Now currently on TDRB, counselors do not receive supplemental base stipends. So that would be all brand new, $5,600. The base salary on TDRA is less than the actual base salary on TDRB because of that supplemental. So the base salary portion would see a decrease of $2,600. They would be eligible for the one-time payment of $2,000, and they would also become eligible for all counselors for the $1,500 performance-based stipend, in addition to the retention stipend, which is targeted to be paid in October of this year. So for a counselor, the total additional compensation would amount to $8,200. So likewise, on the right-hand side, the counselor starting pay, if they're placed on TDRA, would also be $36,800 base plus a supplemental of $5,600, which would match the $42,400 as a teacher. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. I'll take any other questions you may have.
Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, I just want to say that tonight's presentation and tonight's proposal accomplishes some key objectives that we joined TEA on. Number one is we joined TEA, we always have, on our resistance to tying standardized testing scores to 301 payments. And though it's mandated by the state, we demonstrated that commitment to, although having to offer performance-based pay, being able to slash the percentage of monies that we have in 301 allotted to performance-based pay, going from 40% down to 15%. That's a big victory. We've also been able to accomplish a couple of other really big things. We've increased the amount of supplemental base that teachers are going to get in their salary. That is a really good thing, moving more monies out of performance-based pay and moving it into supplemental base. And we've been able to do this also while being able to bring in, it's been a long time coming, our counselors. We recognize that our counselors, they're in classrooms, they're facilitating lessons for students around socio-emotional learning. A lot of them do exceptional work providing these direct instructional services to students. And I know it's been a goal of this administration for a long time to get them back into the TDRA mix and to get them eligible for Proposition 301 funds. We believe that the compensation package, particularly for the counselors, comes at a critical moment for us. Just a few weeks ago, we visited our ESSER proposed budget in a study session, and you saw how many counselor vacancies are now going to be in the district, as we've got 86 schools highlighting the need for these positions through their ESSER budgets. So we think that this compensation package for our counselors especially is going to make TUSD a premier destination for counselors to come and join us and work for us. So I'm proud to recommend this compensation or this expenditure proposal. As Maricela noted, the performance-based pay plan is different. The actual components and requirements of the plan do have to go out for ratification. What does not go out for ratification is the 15% cap in funds that you've placed on it. So when ratification takes place of the actual plan, we will return and the board will take separate action to approve a ratified performance-based pay plan that will have to go out to the membership. Thank you.
Right, board members, any questions or comments for Ms. Weatherless? Okay.
Ms. Council, I'll move this item.
Okay. Dr. Ravi moves, and I will second. Any discussion?
Yeah, Ms. Counts?
Yes.
I was wondering if Dr. Trujillo could just real quick clarify what you just said about if we approve this, then the bargaining groups wouldn't be able to change or offer any guidance to that 15% performance pay number. Is that correct?
That is correct. You're locking in that 15%. So two things happened. Let's take it the other way, Board Clerk Shaw. The administration would not be able to move in after you take action tonight and say, oh, it's not 15%. We're going to allot 50% of the funding tied to teacher performance-based pay. We're not able to do that, nor is there any further negotiation to try to lower it anywhere lower than 15. The district has a standing 301 committee that consists of TEA leadership, site leadership. We have principals and ELI members on the committee and district administration. What they do is they work every year to revise the requirements, duties, roles, and responsibilities of the actual plan. How many professional learning community hours you have to log in, you know, the student survey component, the stakeholder survey component. So that's the work that they do. And whether the governing board allots 50% of its 301 funds towards performance-based pay, 15%, or even 1%, that work still has to happen. That committee still has to actually make this plan, and that plan has to be ratified by the teachers of the district before we bring the plan back to the governing board for ultimately a vote for approval.
Thank you. And so, so TEA is behind this 15%, or?
I don't know if we could use the word behind. I think they're okay with it. I mean, TEA has been very passionate about, they don't even want performance-based pay. I mean, the only reason we have the committee is because by statute we're forced to offer it. And so, you know, they've been very passionate about their belief that standardized test scores should not be tied into the payment of 301 monies for teachers. And they've been vocal about that every single year that I've been able to work with them. But I can use the word comfortable. I can use the word progress. They like the slashing from 40% to 15%. But I think that Maricela would agree with me that they would like to see it go a little bit lower. What do you think, Maricela?
I completely agree. I feel what's been relayed is great strides have been made, but, you know, it's.
Ms. Counts?
I believe they're comfortable.
Yes, Ms. Grijalva.
So what's the argument for 15 versus like 5?
That's a great comment. And so we also, in this collaboration, let's not forget that a key partner is Eli and our site principals and our site administrators. They also have a stake in performance-based pay. They like an accountability measure for the public and the community and the parents that they serve. They like having some sort of portion of 301 payments to teachers being tied to metrics that can be tied to results as they have to answer to parents in the larger community for the performance of their schools. So it was really a balance in us working with TEA leadership to kind of bring it down from 40%, which I've always thought was very, very excessive, but then also not lower it so much that we're starting to not listen to the feedback or meet the needs of our site administrators and hearing what they're telling us. So 15% is kind of the number that we've arrived at.
Well, and the reason why I bring that up is because, you know, I'm not a fan of standardized tests. I don't know anybody that is an educator that is a fan of standardized tests. And so we have a lot of ways as a district that we can assess how much a child is retaining, and that isn't tied to filling in a bubble test. And so the reason why we have this sort of, I think some of the pushback and my concern with the performance base is that we always were required to have that. Yes. I mean, that amount was something that we didn't really have any wiggle room about. Mm-hmm. And I remember many boards having some real frustration about having to have 40%. And so that's why I'm sort of, the argument is, well, there is a way for us to do assessments. There is a way for us to provide that and in an evaluation to give feedback to a teacher. So if you have two teachers that are teaching essentially the same subject, and you have one teacher who has, the vast majority of her students are failing, and the other teachers isn't, and the curriculum is equally rigorous, then you have I think, an opportunity for growth and to talk about that stuff. But if we tie it to a test, there's a lot of assumptions that our students are coming in this year, and not all of our students were as successful as remote learning as some of the other ones. And so we also have, children that have test anxiety and the whole thing. So what I have found the most helpful with my children's teachers is their assessments, their internal assessments, the assessments from the district. Those have been really helpful because it's tying it to the curriculum that we're teaching. The standardized tests that are coming from the state are not tied to any. Some of the metrics are a little off. So I guess I'm wondering, when we're talking about this performance pay, what assessments are we talking about specifically?
Well, unfortunately, whether a district apportions 1%, 10%, 15, 30, 40,
right.
Statute memorializes your requirement and obligation to use AZ merit. And I'll ask Rob to jump in here at any moment. But that part is memorialized in statute. So there really is kind of no way getting around it. We have to have a performance-based pay plan. Your only wiggle room is the percentage of monies you tie to it. And that's where I return again to go from 40% to 15%, I think is a huge victory and a huge step forward. I understand the rationale of our principles because there's really, when you take the standardized testing piece out of performance-based pay, there's really good stuff in there around professional learning community participation, student quality surveys, parent school quality surveys. I mean, there's really good pieces of feedback there that I think weigh a little bit more, significantly more than some standardized test. So I think there are some good stuff, and unfortunately, that component of it is what chews up all the airtime when we start talking about performance-based pay.
And so part of this amount, this 15%, is the investment in going to professional development. And your Wednesdays, well, I guess now will be 4 days. I mean, is that part of this? I just think it's important for us to talk about that too, because, we have 3 new board members that may not know that there's more to performance-based pay, this piece, than just AZ merit.
So I'm going to turn it over to our special ops on 301 expert is Maricela Mesa, who's been working with this plan. It's a little deeper now, and I'll turn it over to Maricela to kind of get into the logistical components of the plan and what's required.
Thank you. And this will be presented at when we present the performance plan. But as you saw on the slide, $1,500 is what is attributed to performance pay. That's the max somebody can receive. To receive 2/3, 1,000 of it, the only requirement is to attend 6 PLCs. That's it. And it's during the workday. It's what sort of the expectation is already. The $500 is associated with evaluations, and it ranges now from $250 to $500. But I just want to be clear about the $1,500. $1,000 is just you attend the PLCs, we get the sign-in sheets, you get the payment, and principals find a lot of benefit to those PLCs, and if done right, I believe a lot of our teachers find benefit. It varies depending on where you're at as to what the feeling is, but that the PLCs are a very large component of this.
Yeah, I thank you for the extra information, because I do think that if we're getting tied into a percentage by this vote, it's important that we understand what all the pieces are that go into it.
Okay. Michelle, could you do a roll vote? Roll call vote?
Yes. Ms. Grijalva?
Yes.
Dr. Grosha?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, item passes. All right.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not logged in for the online voting. I will do that now, but just to let you know, I did not online vote for that. Dr. Trujillo, item 8.1, wage analysis, administrative recommendations for our employees.
Yes, thank you, Governing Board President Counts, members of the Governing Board. The Governing Board has had a couple of different study sessions now, and so tonight we're coming before you with action in some critical areas, with a request for action in some critical areas around the recommendations made by our consultant through the salary and wage analysis work that's been done. And so to walk us through, it's going to be a tag team effort. I want to welcome back Mr. Matt Weatherly. He's facilitated for us the previous two study sessions. He's back with us tonight. And of course, our lead administrative point person on this initiative is our Director for Human Resources, Renee Heuser. We will be tackling tonight recommendations for some universal salary schedules for administrative, certificated, and of course our education support professionals in the hourly classified ranks. We will be covering tonight a proposal for increased compensation for our subs. And then we will also be covering a new salary adjustment for our retirees, bringing them from the previous cap of 73% to our recommendation tonight, 80%. And we'll be talking about each one of these recommendations. And then, of course, the centerpiece of tonight's recommendation is the movement of all of our employees that are below $13 an hour to this newly established entry rate and newly adjusted wages that hopefully will make us more competitive for bus drivers and, of course, our ex-ed TAs. And then lastly, the incentive package that we have for the recruitment and retention of bus drivers. So a lot of information. It's the featured item of the evening. And with that preview, I'll turn it over to Mrs. Heuser.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, President Counts, members of the board, Councilor Ross, Governing Board staff. I'm actually very, very excited to be here tonight. What you're going to see is a culmination of just over a year's work that I believe is going to move TUSD in a very positive direction. You probably have heard from more than one person, we're the fourth largest employer in Tucson, and we really, really need to be known as an employer of choice. That's a very personal goal of mine, and these recommendations that we're bringing forward tonight will certainly help push us towards that goal. Next slide, please, Matt.
Who's got control of it? Is it
Jean?
There we go. Perfect.
There we go. Just really quick, let me cover the agenda. Dr. Trujillo did a very good job, so I won't spend much time on it. Our expert Matt, fresh off a plane, has joined us here tonight. He's going to take the compensation study piece of tonight's presentation, and then he'll turn it back over. I'll talk a little bit about the retiree and substitute pay structures and our ESSER recruitment and retention stipends. So with that, I'm going to hand the mic over to Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Members of the board, certainly appreciate the opportunity to join you again. I'll definitely stick around kind of through all of the PowerPoint. So as we circle back on any questions or anything that we want to spend a little bit more time on, I will definitely remain available for that. Dr. Trujillo, you obviously nailed the kind of the agenda in terms of covering the highlights of what we wanted to review. You recall, really, it was kind of last summer, it was an opportunity to engage the workforce in reviewing their job descriptions, having them fill out job questionnaires, ensuring that job titles made sense, and then embarking on a compensation survey. And so we can go, I think, all the way to probably slide 5. Jean, I think we'll kind of start here. When we looked at the market and we looked internally, there was kind of a lot of information flowing in. And I think some of the highlights we've talked about in a little bit of detail, certainly prior to this evening, but there's about 13 different base pay schedules that we found a lot of your classified folks landed on. And really to ensure kind of both, I would say, internal equity, as well as clear patterns for career ladders and job promotional opportunities. We're going to propose a fairly consolidated classified salary schedule. We've designed a professional non-teaching schedule, certainly for your therapy groups, and then a salary schedule for your directors, administrators, principals. We have snapshots of this, and it's a little bit really kind of difficult to see just in the snapshot form of these when we get to these. But a couple of reminders, really, that second to last bullet there. We're trying to find a reasonable but a competitive and maybe a sustainable, what I'll call floor. And the challenge there is to be consistent, right? Anytime we do a salary survey around 200 jobs, invariably, maybe we're a little bit more competitive for some jobs than for others. And we want to be as consistent as we can and maybe not sacrifice certainly one job for another or even one paid level for another. But there's a couple of things that I think at a minimum our proposal brings to this. I think that the 90% floor is not so much of an impact for professional and for administrator positions when we look at gauging market and at entry. Now, I'll say this maybe more than once. Nobody's going backwards, right? On paper, to achieve a salary schedule with a pay grade and entry rate at 90% for everybody, there are instances where we're going to have to slide backwards just a little bit. Now, we can have the conversation, I think, depending on what we're able to implement for compression and for actual salaries for all employees, and then kind of readdress, all right, where do we still have gaps for recruitment and or for retention if we have some employees that are at the minimum. So we'll talk about that. The other piece on that second bullet is that $13 an hour floor. Certainly we have modeled out where we left off in the discussion, and that was, can we get to 15, right? Certainly a lot of local influence in that direction. And I think that you'll see some movement there. We're proposing a $13 an hour floor for sake of, I think, cost and sustainability to try and get to at least a first wave of implementation. Further, that last bullet is not to be blown over at all. But what we've modeled out is a scale that ensures a reasonable cost of living adjustment on an annual basis. So really, when we get to year 2 and beyond, you're kind of maybe stuck with me and vice versa for a while. We want to support the district as you're able to achieve, and then kind of in sequence of priority and in sequence of budgeting, some of these floors, some of these initiatives addressing compression, and then gaining on the market, right? So those are things that need to occur, I think, to achieve some of those stated philosophies around being an employer of choice. We can go to the next slide. I've got snapshots of some of the different salary schedules that introduce the $13 an hour floor, as well as a consolidated schedule that moves left to right. There's 45 some odd steps for the classified salary schedule where employees will have an opportunity now to move left to right. I think a lot of maybe the history looks more like a top to bottom, kind of lanes thing. So flip that on its head, at least for this visual anyway, so you can see an effort at least 1% wage growth moving left to right. The key thing about 1%, nothing magical other than hopefully there are years where we can do a couple of steps. Maybe we do a cost of living adjustment and we do a couple of steps so that you get to a 2% budget or a 2.5% or a 3% budget. All I want to do is get people off, right, of step 1, of step 2, of step 3. I want to keep people moving whenever we can afford to budget for those regular salary adjustments. And that's the tide that does float all boats, right? I think that is something that unless, I don't know that you have this, but unless somebody's on some type of performance improvement plan, I would want to see regular wage growth eligibility for all employees. The world not only continues to move at 2 or 3% a year, we mentioned some of those local influences. Really on this chart, it's can we get to a spot where we don't have a pay grade below the letter G instead of the letter D, on this chart. This chart grows this way and jobs are assigned to that grouping based on education, experience, responsibility, supervision of others, right? So all jobs have their respective value, and then they're placed on a scale where that floor approximates about a 90% market relationship very consistently. As an aside, and you can go maybe one more slide if you don't mind, Gene, the jobs, there are jobs here that still survey, and I've just got snapshots of different jobs. There's a bunch of jobs that fall in every one of these grades. Market for some positions is still certainly well below 15 unless we just look locally, right? So when I put all of the survey comparators into the market data, you'll recall some of those survey worksheets that I had shown last time. We certainly have some jobs that survey at $12.50 an hour for an average entry. I don't want to go to 90% of that number. We kind of tip below minimum wage. So on the other end of that coin, going to 13 an hour hopefully puts us ahead, certainly, of that state mandated minimum wage, and then much better than 90% for a lot of positions that might survey closer to that maybe $12.25 or $12.50 an hour rate of pay. So these are just snapshots. And again, this kind of moves left to right on that chart you saw on the previous slide, with a step 1 all the way through like a step 43, step 45. We just, for the sake of illustration, wanted to show, hey, jobs are falling on different pay grades based on their commensurate responsibilities and market value. We calculated a midpoint just so you could kind of see the minimum and could see the top. We'll look at the next couple of slides. There are salary schedules, as I mentioned, for what we're going to call the PNT group, the professional non-teaching salary schedule. Again, just a snapshot. We start to sneak a little bit below some of our current minimums just to get to that 90% number, but nobody's going to fall backwards on this. We're going to move people forward. So the good news, quite a few of the positions are already going to be well above step 4, step 5. Even if they're at the minimum of your scale, they might see a nominal adjustment just to get onto this chart. The next slide as well, very truncated, where I don't have all of the jobs on all of the groupings, but certainly that's, I believe, either in your packet or has been shared, so you can see the placement. This is still, I think, a living document. I would say that it would not surprise me as we kind of interact with staff and work on implementation to see some positions move around a little bit with a sensitivity to some of those minimums. I'm also sensitive, I think, to where people come from as they move on to a chart like this. So if we are able to see some internal promotion, I want to make sure that there's something out there that's both an incentive, for somebody to move on to the administrator or principal scale, as well as, spots for them to land without causing more compression for a reasonable adjustment, whatever that promotional increase policy might be. If I move perhaps from an entry, or not an entry, but from a teacher role to an assistant principal role or some type of administrator role, moving on to this chart, where people flow into, I'm very sensitive to what occurs. So know that all of this is really kind of stamped draft. There'll still be a little bit of movement, I think as we strive to make sure that we didn't miss anything. So just kind of getting to the point where there's more eyes on it in a good way and in an objective way. The next couple of slides we addressed, and Dr. Trujillo had kind of mentioned the school bus drivers we've talked about, the ex-ed TAs we've talked about, put them in a bucket. We're going to call them difficult to recruit and difficult to retain. So we're working on some higher thresholds for them at a minimum. Anytime we do that, whether it's the $13 an hour number or in these particular jobs, the $15 or $16 an hour number, that causes a little bit of compression. So we've got that addressed and included in our recommendations here and our costing. Certainly trying to get to these entry points hopefully makes us more attractive from the outside. However, I don't want to cause issues internally, right? So the compression, I think, will rule how we're able to roll into this implementation. But that 15 floor for ex-ed teacher assistants and that 16 floor for bus drivers. One more slide, just a couple of notes here, and this applies to everybody. So this is not just the ex-ed TAs and the bus drivers, but when I look at all 3,000 plus employees that I've modeled out a pay schedule for, bringing those employees to 90%, those that are below minimum, here's your numbers, right? Our recommendation is the $13 an hour number. You had asked, I believe, around the $15 an hour number, and you can see that that creeps up. Now, with it creeps up compression. We're north of $3 million, really $4 million fully loaded on a recurring basis just to move to that $13 an hour floor. and get positions where we want them onto the chart with that 90% kind of philosophy. That does leave some people at minimum if they're new to the position, but we've also looked at compression. So I've got a slide or two on that. We can go one more slide. I don't want to move too quick, but certainly we kind of talked about this a little bit. So I wanted to slightly belabor this slide for just a second. When does compression occur? In this particular case, when we're making movements to salary ranges, it's kind of hard because I'm a non-Italian that talks with my hands, but I'll do my best on the video here. We're going to move that range, and a bunch of people fall below the bottom. When I keep moving that, all of a sudden I get people that weren't below the bottom really close, or maybe uncomfortably close to those that were below the bottom. Said another way, I've got maybe employees with several years of experience making $13.50 an hour, and suddenly now I have everybody, including new hires, making 13. I want to address that. I want to alleviate that. Now, what we didn't model out yet, and what I'm going to reserve for probably a year or two and beyond, kind of both challenge and opportunity that we'll have, is really looking at range penetration globally. Where do I want you at X number of years? Now, for compression's sake and for the first wave of implementation, we're going to define compression as those affected because one or more employees with the same job title saw an adjustment to minimum. Okay, bus drivers, perfect example. I believe your lowest paid bus drivers are about $13.50, $13.60 an hour, if not a little bit less than that. To get them to 16 is about a $2.50 an hour raise. There are some individuals that have been with the district long enough that they're maybe at $18.50 an hour, and I'm okay with that, I think, for year one of implementation. It's a little bit different discussion to have the global, where do I want you after year 10, year 15, year 20. But we'll talk about that in kind of second phase of implementation. Addressing the compression is for those where there's multiple incumbents with the same job and one or more employees needed an adjustment to minimum. Some larger than others. And certainly, that gets exacerbated in our bus driver and our XZTA example, because we're not just going from 13.50 or 14, we're going to 16 or to 15. So we're really starting to approach those longest tenured employees with our new hires when we adopt these new floors for those specific positions. The same thing occurs more globally yet if we look at a $15 an hour floor for all. Okay, we can go one more slide. The model here, again, is only for compression. It is not for placement for everybody. So if there are individuals in a job where nobody needed a movement to minimum, this does not apply to you for year one, right? So this is very specific to those where people needed an adjustment to minimum. So let's take the bus driver as an example. If I am at the minimum and I have 0 to 0.99 years of service, I'm okay right around entry. I'm right around that $16 an hour mark. I'm going to start attempting to grow your wage by 1% for every year. And here's the fine print. The fine print would be if you are already beyond those numbers, you only get the difference. So let's go down to the bottom of this chart. If I am a 15-year bus driver and I'm currently 5% above $16, I'm going to see a 10% increase. Okay. Hopefully everybody follows that. It's a little bit hard without laser and a bunch of calculators and that kind of thing. But there are individuals that are currently making more than 16 that are bus drivers. Let's say they're making $16.50, $16.80 an hour. By my calculation here, I'm not going to push you all the way another 15 or 16%, but I'm going to ensure that you are 15 or 16% ahead of those that are at $16 an hour that are at the minimum. Okay. We applied this to all positions, all employees, because you see this experience not just with the two positions, but with a bunch of positions where one or more were below minimum for the 90% value of their entry for their job. Okay, so a lot of words there, and I want to make sure that that's kind of crystal clear for the board, for finance, I think, as well as for the viewing audience, that we're not going to push you those full percentages unless So the unless would be, pick an example here. If I'm a 10-year bus driver that's not at $16 an hour, I'm not only going to go to 16, I'm going to go to 10% above 16. Okay? So that's kind of my chart and my mathematical trap that I laid out to ensure that we attempt to alleviate some compression in year one. I think we can go another slide or two.
Mr. Weatherly?
Yeah, go ahead.
You said that this is going to be addressing compression in year one, but then I was confused because I thought you said that this was a proposal for the future. So are we proposing that this year we address compression in this way, or is this for the future?
Yeah. So
okay.
I think, and I apologize, I think what I wanted to try and separate and belabor a little bit was the initial compression. We're going to move your base pay, and it's going to stay there for year one, compared to maybe a range penetration review for all employees to say, where would I really like you? Whether you have coworkers in the same job or not, do I like you on the middle of the scale? Do I like you 10% above entry, 15% of entry? Where do I want you? I'm going to globalize that, and I'm going to use that maybe year two and beyond to really kind of strive for getting closer to market with my actual salaries.
Okay, so we're talking about addressing this compression in this way in year two.
So the compression, I think, is year one.
So if I can jump in here, because this is so critical. This is so critical.
Yeah,
we are moving. We are moving to address compression immediately. So heading into the next school year, and what you see on your screen are the numbers, right? So in addition to the wage adjustments that you're going to see for the specific positions, for bus drivers, for us not only to move the wages that you're going to see in our proposal later on, but all of the other bus drivers that are at the level where they're affected by those wage increases and they find themselves compressed, it's going to be $154,408 to address it and move them accordingly ahead of the new starting wage. Same thing for ex-ed TAs. That's the number to move the affected ex-ed TAs ahead of the new salary range or the new hourly rate. That will be the new entry rate. And then the all other refers to the price tag for the movement of all of our other employees to $13 an hour. And those particular employees that have been with us that find themselves right now residing at $13 an hour after several years, that's the price tag to appropriately move them. And we want to tackle all of this year. We understand that we can't simply adjust starting wages to attract new employees to the district. We also have to honor our veterans. We have to respect our veterans and those that have been with us several years. We don't want them feeling undervalued. And we didn't feel that we could wait another year to tackle compression. We wanted to do both at the same time. And Mrs. Heuser,
thank you. I appreciate that.
You want to jump in, Ms. Heuser?
I have a question about this slide. Does this include benefits or just wages?
Ms. Heuser?
Yes, these numbers do not include benefits here. The last slide had an asterisk with the benefits costs. And just to clarify, tonight, and you'll see on our very final slide, we are asking to implement that $16 an hour floor for bus drivers and to alleviate compression in the area of bus drivers. We are not asking to alleviate compression in these other areas tonight. That wasn't part of the ask. We did want to provide those numbers for you in case that's something that the governing board wants to look at. It wasn't part of our final ask on the last slide.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
Just one more slide, I think, Jean, if you want to go one more. And then we can circle back whenever we need to. I want to make sure that Ms. Heuser has a chance to work through the rest of her slides. Specific to the bus drivers, you get an idea out of 160, I think, bus drivers. 130 of them do fall below $16 an hour, and certainly plenty of those line up to have more than a year, more than 3, or more than 5 years time and job. And so those are the individuals that are going to be the most affected, I think, by that compression model that we have put together. There's about 30 out of those 160 that are above 16, and they're also, unless they're already far enough above. So really anybody that's about 15% above or more, we're okay with those folks in year one being where they are, short of having any other conversation globally about, wages or whatever you were going to do maybe without the study. But certainly just kind of so the great majority of the bus drivers fall below entry, including some that have, probably a considerable amount of time in the job. So they will see the adjustment to 16 and then some, to ensure that we've, addressed compression. I think, do we go to retiree pay next?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate that. Matt is going to hang around till the end of the presentation in case anybody has any questions. The second area that we wanted to touch on tonight is just updating our retiree pay structure. Dr. Trujillo spoke a little bit about this. If you can go to our next slide, please, Jean. Currently, our retirees come in at between 73 and 75% of base. Tonight, we're going to ask the governing board to allow us to move that number up to 80%. This helps us be much more competitive with our surrounding districts, and hopefully it'll incentivize our retirees to stick around just a little bit longer with us, maintain some of that historical knowledge. I did provide a cost here that was estimated at $459,000. That is not a cost plus benefits. So you would need to add the 28 to 33%, whatever we're factoring in for benefits to that number. Next slide, please, Jean. We also wanted to talk tonight about updating the substitute pay structure, and you can go actually one more for me, please, Jean. This is a little bit longer topic. This is really kind of a four-part ask. We're going to be looking at increasing the sub-daily rate, changing the long-term rate definition a little bit, increasing our long-term rates, and then finally changing our hard-to-fill criteria. Next slide, please, Jean. So our substitutes currently are at $104 per day. That's the rate that we have been paying for the last couple of years, I believe. And we're asking to increase that rate for the 21-22 school year to $107 a day. We also want to change how this daily rate is managed. Currently, our subs work 15 days in the same job before they see an increase in their pay. And that occurs then on day 16. So if I'm a sub and I'm working at a school for 15 days, day 16, my pay goes up. If on day 20 that assignment ends and I go off to another school or another assignment at the same school, my pay goes back down to the $104 a day. So what we want to do is we want to change that definition of how our long-term rate is calculated. We'd like to tell our subs, you come in, you make $107 per day for the first 20 days that you sub for us during the year, and then on the 21st day of service, your rate will increase to $125 per day, and it will remain that way through the end of the school year. And we think this will incent our subs to pick up more short-term jobs, knowing that they're not going to experience that loss of pay the minute that they jump to a different sub number or different sub assignment. Next slide, please. The long-term rate proposal is another one that we wanted to look at. As I just mentioned, currently that long-term rate kicks in on day 16, but we have a lot of long-term subs who are covering vacancies or leave of absence for our teachers, and these subs are working really as a teacher of record. We've kind of in the past referred to these as extended placements. These subs are doing all the work that a classroom teacher would do. They're putting together lesson plans, they're doing grading, they're managing parent-teacher conferences, and we'd really like to start these subs from day one at the 125-day rate rather than making them work those first 20 days at the lower rate. Next slide, please. Lastly is our hard-to-fill proposal. We have historically, for the last few years, used our L25 list. The L25 list is our lower 25 lower performing schools. This is data that's compiled each year by Dr. Freitas and her team, and they use student achievement information, letter grades, a lot of things go into identifying those L25 schools. We have always said that for those L25 schools, those are quote unquote our hard to fill schools, and those pay at a higher rate of pay. In working with our sub-working group, and we have a team of subs that meet about every 4 to 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, and we meet with them and we get feedback from them. And one of the things that they told us is that the L25 definition is probably not the most effective way to define long-term or hard-to-fill rates for subs. So we went back to Dr. Freitas and her team of amazingly smart people, and we said, can you help us look at our sub data and find a way to better determine which schools should pay at a higher rate for hard to fill? So they pulled a lot of data, they crunched a lot of numbers, they gave us a lot of reports, and at the end it was really determined that the baseline for that hard to fill should probably just flat rely on the hard to fill rate for schools. So we went out and we did some research nationally. We looked at Frontline Research and Learning, who has one of the top performing substitute tracking systems in the country, and they do a lot of research at their company. And they identified that across the country in general, sub rates run on a good school between 75 and 85%. That's the rate that you want to strive to fill, is 75 to 85%. We looked at the data that Dr. Freitas and her team had pulled, and there was really a pretty clear cut score around that 75% mark. So we have identified 75% as the marker that we would like to use to identify a school that's hard to fill. So if your fill rate, for example, is less than 75%, you would be considered a hard to fill school, and we would incent subs to go there by offering a higher daily rate. If your fill rates are running consistently over 75%, then your school is probably not as hard to fill, and you would not get the higher hard to fill rate. The next slide, please, Jean. This looks at the schools that we identified. Now, we have not had data, really on-campus data, since the 2019-2020 fall semester, and that was our first full semester when students were on campus. So for the 21-22 school year, that's the data that we fall back on. These are the schools that we identified based on that data as being below 75%. What we'd like to do going forward is, starting with the 21-22 school year, is the next summer we'll go back, we'll look and see what those fill rates were for that year, and then those in turn will become our hard to fill schools for 22-23. Next slide, please, Jean. This is just really an overview of all the things that I just covered for you. We put them all together on one slide and tagged a cost there of $175. That, again, does not include the benefits. Next slide, please. And lastly, I just want to cover our proposals for the ESSER recruitment and retention stipends, and these are very specific to our transportation needs. And what we're experiencing is a fairly severe bus driver shortage. So we're hoping that this will assist us with that a bit. If you can go all the way down to one more, there you go. So this work here, what you're seeing here, is a combined effort. We worked with transportation, our employee relations department, finance, and the human resources team, and we've come up with this ESSER proposal, or proposal for stipends with ESSER funds. It includes a one-time $1,000 stipend to drivers who come to us with a valid CDL in hand. So these are drivers that we don't have to train. They already have their CDL and they're ready to drive. We pay half of that stipend upon certification when they start working, and then the balance after 6 months of continued service to incent them to stay. For those drivers who come to us and don't have a current valid CDL, we're going to put them through our training program, and we're going to offer them a $500 stipend that we pay after their certification and 6 months of continued service. And then this last piece is actually my favorite, because this one turns every TUSD transportation employee into a recruiter. So now we've got a couple hundred recruiters working on our behalf. This is a one-time $250 stipend to anybody who recruits either a new or a former driver, and it will pay after 6 months of continuous service has been completed by the referred employee. And that is the last of the 4 proposals. If you could go about 2 more slides for me, Jean. This is a summary of what we're bringing forward and asking for tonight, our recommendations to condense the salary schedules that we currently have to those 3 that Matt covered for us, bringing in our new salary entry point at 90% of market rate with the $13 an hour floor, increasing our entry-level salary for bus drivers to $16 an hour, and then addressing compression in this area, increasing our entry-level salary for ex-ed TAs to $15 an hour, increasing our retiree salary to 80% of the base salary schedule, modifying our substitute pay structures, and then approving the bus driver recruitment and retention stipend plan. These recommendations come to about $4.1 million, and that number, just before you ask, does not include the benefits. And that is the end. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
So I would like to just chime in, if I could, Mrs. Heuser, before we throw it to governing board members. I'd like to add an 8th recommendation. And again, this is just something that, I'm kind of sitting through the presentation, and I know we looked at this cost. For another $373,000, we can address the compression that's created for the ex-ed TAs when we move them to $15 an hour. I don't think we can do one position without doing the other. Those are very steep increases that we're doing on an hourly basis for both positions. It's not that much more to kind of bring them into the fold. So I would like to add the 8th recommendation, and that's just an additional $373,000 on Renee's total. So if Renee, you can do the revised total with that $373,000 added in, that would be the total ask.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Board members, I'm having a hard time seeing the screen for other board members, so please just chime in.
I just have a clarification question. I wish I can see a slide that has all of this summarized in a way that I can see the amounts in there. Because math seems, because I know that the 2 and the 3 and the 4 are going to put us at above $3 million of a cost before wages. And before I vote on something, I want to know exactly what I'm voting on in terms of the cost.
So what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Renee Weatherless. I want you to go one at a time in accordance with what Dr. Gavoy-Shaw is asking for. Give the pure cost for just 90% market, moving, establishing $13 an hour as a new floor. Then the specific cost to be able to move the bus drivers to $16 an hour. Then the cost for the compression for those at the bus driver position. Same thing for ex-ed TAs. Same thing for the compression for those ex-ed TAs. And then, of course, the salary issue. We're going to need to see that broken out a little more clearly.
Okay, so if you start with the first item of the salary schedules. So included in that number, the total cost was $3,081,000 plus another $924,000 in benefits. So you're talking about just over $4 million for these salary schedules. So in there, you're addressing the 90% of market with a $13 for ex-ed TAs at the increased rate, bus drivers at $16 an hour. Now, if you add in compression for bus drivers, that's $154. If you add in compression for ex-ed TAs, that's another $373. The least proposal to go up to 80%, that's $459.
So I'm sorry, Renee, I'm going to interrupt one second. I'm trying to understand these numbers. So 1, 2, and 3, and 4 is a $4 million with benefits?
$4 million with benefits, okay. Yes.
Because the slide that has it on there says bringing all employees to 90% of market entry and that $13 per hour. Didn't mention anything about salary compression, or not salary compression, but the compressed salary schedules, or whatever the term we're using. So I just want to make sure I understand the condensing of the salary schedules. So that wasn't included in that slide that had that amount in there. So I'm looking at slide 11.
Jean, could you go to slide 11, please?
Slide 11 does have the benefits included in that number. Right, the other numbers do not.
But it doesn't say anything about condensing salary schedules in this one. So I want to understand what this slide actually is telling us.
Is that the 90% of entry, the $3 million? And
yeah, that slide.
Go.
So
yeah,
this is our
couple
cost to get,
Keep going back 2 more slides.
Yeah, the
There.
condensed salary schedules are built out at 90% of market entry, so it includes the placement of all the jobs onto that 90% entry.
So all the changes that were in the slides before then come up with that amount in slide 11?
Correct.
Okay, so, okay, thank you. Mhm.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Thank you. Since we're on this slide, I would really feel a lot more comfortable with going with the $15 an hour floor. As they said in their presentation, we are the 4th largest employer in Tucson. And, you know, to really be the employer of choice, we need to go above and beyond. I really do think $15 an hour is going to be the minimum eventually, pretty soon here, you know what I mean? So I think we should just get there now. I'm looking at the salary step schedule for some employees. Yeah, 13 is an improvement, but it's not a vast improvement, and it's certainly not a living wage. And so I think we should, you know, show our employees that we really do care for them by getting them closer to a living wage. $15 an hour isn't really a living wage either, but you know, with the step schedule, eventually they'll get there quicker. And looking at the numbers, I actually expected a larger number than the 8.5 million that I'm seeing here on the screen, including benefits.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, please.
Is there, and maybe I missed it in some of the slides, but is there like, or I guess maybe Dr. Trujillo or Ms. Weatherless can answer, if we were to go to the $15 an hour, is there, I obviously see the $4 million difference, but to make up that difference, would I assume that we would take out of some other pot of money, some other M&O funding to make up for that?
So, Board Member Luna Rose, there are 3 significant obstacles to moving everybody to $15 an hour. Conceptually, I don't hear any disagreement that that's the future of the district, and I fully support the future of the district is we're going to have to become a $15 an hour district. Other major institutions around us are headed that direction, whether it's the city, the county, or even the U of A. The discussion needs to be on the means and the how. And there's 3 significant obstacles right now to an immediate move to $15 an hour. The first one is we have hundreds of positions throughout the district that are funded through Title I and through DSEG. And when you raise the rates, when you raise the hourly wages to $15 an hour, we're also raising the amount of expenditures coming out of school-based title budgets to cover the newly increased wages. Same thing inside of the desegregation budget. We're now raising all the hourly rates on those positions that are DSEG funded, which means to cover those rates, to cover those newly increased expenditures, we have to go back into both the DSEG budget and the title budget and start making decisions on programs and cost reductions. That would be an immediate ramification if we went this direction. The second is something that past governing boards have been very cautious to do and have been discouraged in doing, and that's in order to cover the $6 million cost, in addition to the several million more that would be required for compression, we would have to use capital dollars, monies targeted towards books, buildings, facilities, and deferred maintenance to start pouring into salaries. We've been discouraged not to do that through various suggestions from the Auditor General's office. We've been discouraged to do that by the School Facilities Board, as in the past we've submitted project requests, and they've kind of tapped us on the shoulder and said, hey, we see that you're spending a lot of your capital dollars on salaries. We've tried to get away from doing that, and we would be in that position if we did this immediate move to 6.6 to cover the $6.6 million. And then the other really significant obstacle is the cost of compression. The steeper you climb, the more expensive compression becomes. And not only the more expensive, the more immediate it is that you have to deal with it. If it's a smaller rate increase on an hourly basis, if you're raising somebody $1, you're raising a specific position $1 from, say, 12 to 13, it's really a cheaper expenditure to try to cover those affected by compression at that lower rate of pay. To try to do it on this massive scale with an immediate jump to $15 an hour would be significantly more expensive, but it would also be significantly more urgent, because those that would be at $15 an hour expecting a movement to $15.50 or $16 would be veterans, and they would be demanding it sooner rather than later, and we would risk retention. So I definitely I'm in agreement with a movement to $15 an hour. I think it's a phased-in approach. I think tonight is a first step in that direction, and I'm interested in seeing the Budget Advisory Committee getting involved in a planning, in some collaboration with us on what that planning looks like, on an incremental plan to get us there in the next couple of years.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Grijalva.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of organizations, and TUSD has done this in the past, when we don't deal with compression, then we have a lot of really unhappy employees. And so while I totally agree that we need to get to $15 an hour, I do think that I would like to ask administration to come up with a plan on how we can get there in 2 years or 3 years and show us how we address compression and how much that cost is every year. Because I think getting to $15 an hour is not so much the big lift right now. We have ESSER funds, we have some other things we can do. We'd have to make some sacrifices on the bigger scale. It would be, what about those employees that have been working in the district for, 10 years and are making $16 an hour, and we just moved everybody up to 15? You're going to hear back from those employees who said, okay, so how are you going to fix my situation? And we don't really have a clear plan to do that. I do think that we're much more thoughtful in acknowledging years of service. I think that's really a critical way to bring people in line to where, to deal with the compression issue. But we have teachers right now that are still experiencing a compression that I was a part of a very well-intentioned board who just lifted the bottom up and didn't do anything with anything else. And so we're still dealing with unpacking that. And so you'll see teachers that have been in our district for between 15 and 19 years that are making very similar amounts of money, and that is compression. And so I think that this is a really positive step in the right direction. And I would like to see a plan on how we get to 15, because I think that everybody, including the city and the county, everyone's moving towards $15 an hour. Not everyone is dealing with compression though. And so I think that will make us more attractive in the long run.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Oh, it's Ms. Shaw.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Shaw.
So, I'm looking at slide 14, and it looks like, this is the compression plan that we have, correct? So wouldn't it also apply to the $15 an hour floor? Or is that just for bus drivers?
No, you'll notice, I think on slide, I think it's 15, right? So there you go. At 13 and at 15, we would leave. So the bus drivers are at 16, right? So that number doesn't change, right? That's included in the compression numbers. The XZTA number, same thing, 15, right? They're being addressed, or that compression is being addressed. It's where we pick up that other 2.7 that's there for all other. You've got, for example, at any floor, really, you have, first line supervisors of your cafeteria staff, your nutrition staff, some of your custodial staff that are maybe at slightly below or slightly above the $15 an hour mark. So now we've caused compression not only with people in the same job class, but also with people reporting to people. So modeling that out has been done for this $15 an hour floor as well, because it creates an interesting kind of ripple effect in our career ladders and in our promotional opportunities, where I've got reporting relationships that suddenly my subordinate's making what I'm making, and you see that every time. And I think, not to speak for Ms. Weatherless, but I think that was a constant struggle even to get to the 12 or 12.15 an hour, state minimum wage too. You always had that first line, or maybe even positions that traditionally were not our truest entry level positions. Suddenly you've got 4 levels of jobs now that have to be paid. Pick the number, 12, or in this case 13 or the 15, and trying to create that career ladder opportunity has been accounted for in these figures, but it grows pretty much exponentially, right? I think even our 8 becomes 12, when we really start to unpack, some of that. I think all of your comments and questions, I think, are so spot on. Ms. Grijalva's experience, I think, too, and her comments are so valuable, because we see it all the time, certainly, too. There's always a push, pull, and tug around both well-intentions and funding, just to try and match if we do this, can we still do that? And if we can't do that, is that a bigger deal than not doing that? Kind of thing. So it's just how many levers can we pull, and can we pull some of them all the way down, or do we have to wait to pull the second one? Those types of just real struggles. So you're wrestling with the right things, I would say, but it's tough.
I have a question about this slide, Ms. Counts.
Yes.
So just to clarify, Mr. Weatherly, so the $2.686 million, the all other compression, you said it would include, not just the same job classification, but with supervisory, components of this as well. Does it also include, like, if one job classification completely separate from another is 16 versus 1250, and everything goes with the 15, does that 16.1 go up as well? Completely different job classification, or is that not included?
I tried to look really, really closely at that, and you get disjointed isn't the right word, but picture a year ago. We survey, and it wasn't a year ago, but in the last year, surveying 200 jobs where I've got some positions that are nearer to market than others. In these types of discussions, we end up, and on a local basis, I'm not going to say that you're way ahead of market at 15 an hour for some of these entry-level positions. However, it is still going to leave behind several positions at 90% of market, and others now, depending on how we define local or market, 15 an hour is going to hopefully outpace some, so we can compete on that kind of local basis. But that 90% rubric, I guess is the right word, goes out the window. I'm going to have some positions closer to 100, 105, 110% of market, and then other positions that how far does that ripple effect push down, is the big challenge. So I only looked at the career ladder reporting relationships. If I've got a tech services position that should be starting at $20 an hour, and if I start everybody else at 15, that one should really be starting at 22 or 23. I didn't let the ripple effect go all the way through.
So that's not built into this cost.
Right.
Ms. Hoyser,
there is some numbers in there that are not those people at 15, as far as those individuals that would just need that adjustment up to 15. It also includes those individuals in positions that need to start closer to 16 or closer to 17, or because of those career ladders. So that is in these figures.
Ms. Hoyser, I understand that the proposal that's being asked of us does not include all the compression, only includes compression for bus drivers and XZTA?
That is correct, yes.
And why, with all the negativity towards compression, like why aren't we trying to, what was the reasoning behind that? Besides,
I actually would love to answer that question. We knew that the price tag to alleviate compression the way that it needs to be through all those job classifications, through those career ladders, was going to have a hefty price tag on it. And that is actually one of the things that we're planning to bring back in year 2. We knew this was a multi-year project. Compression was an issue that we want to deal with in year 2. one of the things. We have a list of things, and that is certainly near the top of that list for a year 2 goal.
I'll chime in here because I was a part of those discussions as well. The reason why you have these 2 positions, bus driver compression and ex-ed compression, targeted for the first year is because they're the steepest wage increases. And so the compression is more severely felt in these 2 critically high needs areas that we just have to move on now. We're already operationally short at both positions. We don't need frustrations around compression endangering retention efforts. So that's why it was a tier 1 priority. And then of course, absolutely, as Mrs. Heuser just stated, dealing with all other compression definitely is going to be our year 2 in terms of, you can see the price tag there on the screen with slide 15 with that $13 an hour rate. 1.1 million is definitely going to be a priority for next year. And then of course, part of the work is that number could change with a transition to $15 an hour in terms of involving the Budget Advisory Committee, taking a look at how does the cost change now when your transition is from 13 to 15, which is less of a steep climb than it would have been to go directly from something like 12 or 11 all the way up to 15. So those will definitely be future priorities.
I had some, Ms. Conspike asked another question.
Yes.
I had some folks, there's been some concerns about like the salary schedules, and some people are concerned that their salary schedule might put them in the lower salary schedule. Can you talk about anybody losing pay or any reduction in steps or grades for anybody with their compared to their current step and grade?
Yeah, we're not proposing that anybody go down. Renee, if you want to jump into, I think really just kind of mathematically saying, okay, get me to the next nearest step that doesn't take me backwards.
The salary schedules for the bargaining units do not change. So if an entry-level salary schedule, for example, is $10,000 and in one of the bargaining unit agreements, it's always going to be $10,000. Just because our schedule starts at 7 or 8 does not mean that that's the entry-level schedule for that bargaining unit. So I think it's just not understanding the modeling out of the schedules that we've done has posed some concerns. So we are definitely working on a communication project to address a lot of these issues, help people understand what this means, how this works, and how it impacts each and every one of them.
So no one will be paid any less than they're currently paid if they're in the same position that they're currently in?
Absolutely not. And the entry levels for those positions will not go down in any way.
Ms. Heuser?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, to Dr. Ravi's question about anyone getting paid less due to this, I have heard from some constituents that, student success specialists and dropout intervention specialists would, the first step for them would be lower than the current step. And I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Absolutely. Again, just to reiterate what I just shared is the entry-level steps that are currently outlined in our bargaining unit agreements do not change. If our salary schedules on the back end start at a lower rate than the entry level of a student success specialist, that is simply a step on the back end. It does not change the entry level rate for a student success specialist as outlined in those agreements. So that does not reduce anything. I'm not sure where people are hearing that, but certainly that is not true, not a true statement.
So
our goal is to move everybody forward, up and forward. The last thing we want to do is move anybody backwards, even if they're new to the district and coming in. We certainly would not do that.
Okay, I'm trying to find that position on the slide 7 for the model.
Yeah, those are just snapshots, so certainly not all jobs are going to be on there.
Okay, how about slide 6? I mean, where do they fall in the grade for those positions, student success specialist and dropout intervention specialist?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a 20-page document that sits, behind this, and I think all we're trying to reiterate is that at 90%, the entry rate on my modeling goes down, but it doesn't replace any agreements that are in place, or for that matter, any district hiring practices. I think if you used our scale, you would start to gray out, the bottom steps, for specific jobs if they're already addressed in the bargaining agreement.
The example I was given was, for example, an office manager, which I have the document that's part of the board docs, classified salary placement proposal. The office manager is grade H with a starting salary of $15.80, and I was told that they're currently grade 11 with a starting salary of $16.76.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're going to 90% for entry, right? We're just trying to set the floor and catch up those that are the farthest behind.
They're going from a 1676 starting rate to a 1580 step one starting rate.
Nobody that's currently in that job is. No.
So they're not moving backwards. That starting rate will always be the higher rate. What they're seeing is that the entry level rate, that 90% of market rate that's showing on the salary schedule, is less than their entry rate. That doesn't mean that their entry rate reduces.
So it's just showing that we pay more than 90% entry already, currently, for that position.
Perfectly said.
Thank you.
Well, no, I'm comparing that to the other document that was on this same agenda item, the classified salary placement proposal. So an office manager here is at grade H in terms of draft classified placements.
Correct. Yeah, that's 90% of market entry.
And so if office manager is grade H with a starting salary of $15.80, that's not their starting salary?
No, the bargaining unit agreement says that the office manager starts at 17 something, not at 15. The salary schedule for that grade starts at 1580. Does not mean that the office manager would start at 1580. 1580 is representative of 90% of the market value for that position.
So they won't start at step
really
one.
Like step 7.
Right.
Okay. I think that's the confusion. So step 1 isn't an entry rate, it's just 90%. And people might start at a different step based on where they are in that grade or where that job is classified.
Yeah, nobody in that job class is really going to be below step 7 on my chart.
Ms. Hauser.
Yes.
So as I'm listening to your conversation with Dr. Ravi, and I know you said earlier, is with this communication that you plan to put out, are you going to put it in such a way that doesn't make it as confusing for the 5 board members and that have privy to the information before a board meeting, that it's, an easy to understand and read document?
You make an excellent point. Yes, we have been working with this data for a year and looking at this data for a year, and so we probably take a lot for granted. We've talked a lot in the Human Resources Department about how we're going to communicate this out, and I think definitely we have looked at simplifying it down, and I think tonight is an exercise in showing us that we will continue working on that before we communicate with our employees. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Any other questions, board members?
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Grijalva.
Yeah, so if you could set up, I know that there's one schedule. This is an hourly schedule. And so trying to help people understand that, like, the office manager is on a different step and a different number, maybe it would be helpful to sort of have some samples of, this is the starting salary for an office manager. They are at step, I don't know, would you say 17? They're at step 4 and grade I, like that. And so people understand this is where you start for this, as opposed to looking at this hourly salary schedule. And this is a model, so it's not even the one, but because people will look and say, oh, you're pushing me back. Or right now I'm on grade H and I'm step 1. And right now I'm making $17 an hour. And on this salary schedule, I am grade H, step 1, and it's 15. So I think that's people are still thinking about where they are on the current schedule and how that would change. And so if we were to make an example and say, okay, if you're at grade H, step 2, this is what you're making. And so on the new salary schedule or the revised salary schedule, updated, whatever you want to say, this is where you are. and making sure that people understand that they're not going backwards. Because I think that they're going to hear that a lot. I've already had I can't even tell you how many texts I just stopped. I stopped answering because it's like, so does that mean that we're going to go? And it's like, no, it doesn't. Because right now we're only talking about 3 major classifications of employees, but I think that it's a good argument in general, like just to give people examples of where they are now, and if there's revisions that they're not going to go backwards, they'll just move up.
Correct. Yeah. For the 3,000 lines of data, there are several people that are at step 6 or step 8 or step 22 or, that kind of thing, depending on what their current rate of pay is. So it's a mini victory for them that they haven't historically been paid lower than 90%.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So they might be much closer to at least 100% average entry. And then future Matt's problem and future district's problem is, where do I want you now, right? I mean, based on that true tenure, discussion. So that'll be a secondary, big price tag, certainly to say, oh, you're on step 10, but you've been with us 15 years. I really want you on step fill in the blank. But only movement to the right on this screen, right? The only movement that anybody would see would be to the right from their current pay rate up.
Ms. Counts.
Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Can we go back to slide 28, the last slide, and then go through those numbers again? 'Cause I know I interrupted Ms. Weatherless when she was going through it to ask a clarifying question, and we got derailed from there. So I think we were still at $4 million for some of these here, was all I wrote down so far.
Okay, so if we just take them one at a time. So the cost of the salary schedules themselves are $4 million inclusive of benefits. The bus driver compression with benefits gets you to about $185. If we're picking up ex-EDTA's compression with benefits, that would be $448. The subs at $175, the leased folks at 80% are $459, and the recruitment stipend proposal is $250. So if we add all of those things, the total price tag inclusive of benefits is $5.5 million.
And plus, Dr. Trujillo added an eighth in here.
That was the ex-EDTA compression piece that was included.
That's a $5.5 million. Almost all of this come out of M&O except for number 7, the bus driver recruitment. That's the only piece coming out of ESSER.
Correct.
So we're looking at, how much was that? $250. So we're looking at about $5.2 million or $5.3 million out of M&O.
Yes. Well, the majority of the funding for these positions would come out of M&O. You will still have some other funding sources affected, whoever pays these positions, whether it be title or food service, different funding sources.
All right, so not all of it M&O, some of it some other funding, but.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. You're going to have some DSEG, you're going to have some title, you're going to have some of our revenue-based programs, community schools, food service.
Dr. Trujillo or Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Yes.
So did you want action on this item today?
We would like action, but kind of anticipating the level of depth and the expansive nature of the information. We booked it as study action to give the board a safety valve in the event that we need more information.
I think it's really a positive thing, moving the salary entry point to 90%, and with $13 being the starting, moving up bus drivers, which we've been asked to do. So, and then can you remind us, because it's not written here, number 8 is dealing with compression with exceptional education TAs.
That's correct. That's at additional 373.
375,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to move the item.
I will second. Any other discussion?
Ms. Counts?
Yes. Is that Ms. Luna Rose?
It's Ms. Shaw.
Ms. Shaw, okay.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about subs, I heard a lot about them being upset with the hard to fill schools number being reduced from 25 to 15. And, you know, the rationale with not being for that is that there's less opportunity for subs to earn that higher pay. And I'm just wondering, like, can we keep it at the 25 number instead of the 15? I'm kind of unclear about how we got to 15 anyways. Were we using the data from this school year to reduce that number? Because, you know, this school year I don't think should be used as an example or anything. So if someone can clarify that, and I'd like to hear what the other board members think about that as well.
So the administration, we operate off of need. We don't, so when we sit and we look at schools, we say, where are the schools really struggling to get subbing assignments? We don't set out to say, let's keep the same number of schools or add more schools to hard to fill for the purpose of creating income opportunities for employees. The whole purpose of sub coverage is to cover a need that exists because a teacher is out for the day, the week, or the semester. That's the nature of the work. And in some of the schools, for a variety of reasons, predominantly distance. You'll see a lot of the schools on the list. It's a distance thing. They have trouble getting subs to take those assignments. And so as an incentive, we have hard to fill. And at 75%, this is that number where we see when we get below 75%, it becomes incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for schools to handle coverage for classrooms internally. At that point, the amount of class vacancies that you need to cover for the day exceeds the available staff members you may have on a prep, exceeds the amount of staff you have in the building, whether it's a counselor, whether it's an MTSS coordinator, or somebody stepping in to the classroom to provide coverage, which is why these schools made the list. Now, if the paradigm shifts and it's about just creating the income opportunities, that's a different paradigm. That's not what we set out to do here. We also have a commitment to looking at this set of schools every 9 weeks to see if fill rates change. And if the fill rates change, we can bring new schools in, we can move new schools out. This is not a fixed number. We would like to be running because we recognize that, hey, we're headed into we're heading into a reopening of the district. These are numbers based off of the pandemic, and let's see where we're at next school year. So I do think we need to take a look at this again at the end of September as we head into the fall break to see if we do need to add more schools or if some schools need to come off the list or if new schools emerge as hard to fill. So that's how we look at the hard to fill. Because we view our schools, our communities, and our students from an asset-based lens, we made the hard pivot to not talk about student demographics or not talk about discipline or not talk about the percentage of students in a particular school that might be performing in the bottom quartile in either English language arts or math, or the number of ex-ed students. We used to do that, and I never felt right about that. I kind of felt like that was stigmatizing our school. So we went to just a pure fill rate system. Like, hey, here's a list of schools. Here's a list of schools that have these fill rates below 75%. Here's a list of schools that frequently have fill rates in the 60s or in the 50s, and on a daily basis struggle with classroom coverage, and they don't have enough internal subs to be able to cover all of those vacancies. Meaning teachers on prep hour that might step into a room in a middle school situation or in a high school situation during their prep hour and pick up the daily loss of planning pay. When you're in a 60% fill rate, you need more than that. You have more coverage need than you have available staff that might be willing to work on their prep. So I think that this is something that it's not going to be a yearly thing. We're going to be revisiting it as we head into a comprehensive reopening of the district, and it may change.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Grijalva.
The other thing, the reason why I really like the idea of re-examining that is because in some schools, let's say right now, they're trying to hire teachers, and we might have a school that historically has never had the need, has never been hard to fill for substitutes, and then that might be a need at the beginning of the year. And so I do think it's important for the district to look at those and not leave it as a stagnant amount. Like these are the 25 schools that are in this situation, because that is a very fluid thing. It changes a lot. Given that, though, I am concerned that we have a really long agenda and we're only on item 2. So I'm wondering if we could vote.
Yes, I just have one last comment and concern. So I know a lot of subs kind of chase the hard to fill positions because they can make more money, and I totally respect going off of just pure numbers and the philosophy that you shared with us, Dr. Trujillo, and I support that. But what my concern is that we're going to be inadvertently or having the unintended consequence of just constantly shifting what is a hard to fill school, because once it is deemed a not hard to fill school, then all those subs that are really just wanting to work at the hard to fill schools are then going to be shifting to the new school that's hard to fill. So it's kind of a, shifting problem, but it's not. But it might not address the real issue. Is that a concern?
I'm sorry, Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, and again, it gets back to that paradigm that we're talking about. Are we viewing this from the lens that we have an obligation to create income for the subs? Or are we viewing this from the lens of we have schools that struggle to get classroom coverage? Here they are, and that number changes. It might be 17 one quarter, it might be 25 another quarter, it might be 40 another quarter. It'll change. The district administration is viewing this as school need for coverage. So we're not operating from the paradigm of we're setting out to create income opportunities for subs. This package here has a couple of different features that I think are just absolutely amazing. I can work 20 jobs anywhere in the district, any school, in any frequency, and I can collect my $107 for picking up 20 jobs. I can work 2 jobs a week for 10 weeks. I can work 5 jobs a week for 4 weeks. I can work 3.5 jobs a week for 6 weeks. And on the 21st job, no matter where I'm at in the district, for the rest of the year, I'm going to make the long-term rate. I'm not going to make 107. I'm going to move up to 125. That's awesome. I mean, I would, if I could work, I would pick up my 20 jobs in the first month of school and just try to cash in the rest of the year. I think that's an incredible incentive for subs to pick up jobs and to work for us. And when you look at the increase for hard to fill long-term assignments, I mean, that's just really solid from long-term from 125 to 140. I think this is an attractive package. I think this is something that I feel really, really good about, that honors the work that's being done. And I just think that we have a disagreement.
Yeah, I support the paradigm. I support this thinking. But what I'm saying is that I think there might be an unintended consequence of just shifting this hard to fill school to the hard to fill school that's now down the street. And then that school is now again a hard to fill school. Does that make sense? It's more about like the inflow and outflow.
It does.
Staff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ms. Weiser?
Okay. Absolutely. I can tell you that is a fairly static list of schools. There are definitely schools that come on and go off, but regardless of what that hard to fill, how that changes, yes, to answer your question, there will be some subs that chase that rate. Will it impact this list enough that it's changing constantly? No, I don't believe so. I think historically we see sites that have been hard to fill, and I think this is very reflective of that.
Okay. And that does answer my concern, because if it is a little bit more static, then you don't have the huge fluctuations and then just the shifting of the problem.
Ms.
Thank you.
Ms. Counts, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Michelle, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, just for clarification on the motion, it's going to be how it's submitted, and then I added motion that is amended as discussed. I'll meet with Mr. Ross to make sure we add the 8th and make sure we itemize the 7 plus the 8th one that Dr. Trujillo added. So that'll be your vote for tonight. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Grijalva?
Yes.
Dr. Gavosha?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Ms. Counts?
Yes. All right, item passes. Thank you. All right, Dr. Trujillo, let's move on to consent, please.
Yes, the consent agenda items, I would like to formally recommend the governing board's consideration of the consent agenda items as arranged for items 6.2 through 6.8.
I'd like to move the item.
I'll second.
I would like to pull an item from consent. Item 6.4.
Item 6.4, okay.
I'll go ahead and modify my motion to exclude 6.4.
Okay, and I accept that as the seconder. All right, all those in favor of passing 6.1 through 6.8, subtracting 6.4, say aye.
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 Aye. All right, passes. And 6.4, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Ms. Counts. This is I guess we just passed this, but they're asking for an increase by 500,000, and I think it needs to be discussed. I'm wondering, I think they listed it as materials and supplies because of the numbers of students that have signed up for summer school. And so I'm just wondering if we could get more of an explanation on why the budget was doubled, and what would be included in the new budget.
Okay, I'd like to take it, send it over to Heidi Aranda, and these are supplies that we're going to be purchasing from ESSER funds. And then for any questions on purchasing, it's I have Diana Kerfoot, our Director for Purchasing.
Good evening, President, Counts, Governing Boards, Dr. Trujillo, and Council Ross. Ms. Shaw, we are coming to request an increase because of our increase in enrollment for our Full Steam Ahead program. As you know, we developed a very hands-on, engaging program for June for our students. And with that, and adhering to mitigating factors, we are purchasing individual kits for students so that they have the STEM materials to build and construct themselves, as opposed to normally doing it in small groups like we would normally. And we have had just continuous increases in enrollment, so we want to have the ability to make the purchases in order to have those materials in students' hands. I don't believe we're going to use the total increase, but just monitoring increases in enrollment, we want to be able to make those decisions and get those materials as summer school starts next week.
I'd like to go ahead and move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, and if
any discussion?
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
Thank you. So that's just for materials and supplies. Does that budget also cover like the salaries or the wages of the employees that will be working in summer school?
No, this is actually just for the curriculum and materials for the Full Steam Ahead program.
Okay. Also, it mentions in the item that this could potentially be utilized by schools throughout the school year. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, the RFP process that we went through when we identified vendors, we did, as we went through the process, we noticed that many vendors have products that could fill gaps that many of our schools seek during the school year. For example, some robotics. And so we went ahead and awarded multiple vendors. We are using the National Inventors Hall of Fame just for June, but there are some other vendors that perhaps might fulfill needs throughout the school year that sites have, or perhaps curriculum with the new standards. And so the other vendors would fulfill, like I said, during the school year, but this vendor, National Inventors Hall of Fame, is fulfilling our June summer school.
Thank you.
Okay. Michelle, could you do a roll vote? Call vote?
Yes. Ms. Grijalva?
Yes.
Dr. Gavosha?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Counts?
Yes. All right, item passes. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Trujillo, item 7.1, administrative appointments.
Yes, President Counts, members of the governing board, it's always great to welcome new administrators into our ranks and have them join the TUSD community. Our first up tonight is a hiring recommendation for our Director of Facilities. Tonight's recommendation is a native of Nebraska. He's a proud Cornhusker, graduate of the University of Nebraska last 20 years. He's been working in the private sector as a facilities professional in Yankton, South Dakota. We're excited about his recommendation this evening. I'd like to recommend Mr. Greg Meyer.
I'll move the item.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. Congratulations. Is he here with us?
Congratulations, our new Director for Facilities. Are you here, sir?
Okay. Oh, he is? Okay. He's here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, first of all, good evening, everyone.
Congrats.
It's wait a minute. Let me start the video. Okay. I don't know. Well, maybe you can see me. Okay. Well, anyway, good evening, and I just want to say thank you for approving my recommendation for employment. I think it's a big challenge. It's a great opportunity, and you know, I'm excited to get started with this, with the job. And just so you know, I do. My background is a corporate background, but I've got three in my family that are teachers. My mom was a special ed teacher. My sister-in-law was an elementary teacher, and my wife is a Spanish teacher. So I think they're all pretty excited that I have the opportunity to get involved with the district. There's a lot of good things going on, obviously, and especially sitting in tonight, I can see that there's an effort to really make things better, and that's just tremendous, especially with all the awards and so forth. And so it really is a great opportunity for me to be involved with all of you. And I think one thing I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to find a big map of Tucson, and I'm going to have to find a bunch of stick pins so that I can visualize. I'm kind of a visual person, so I can visualize where all the schools are at. There's a lot of them. So I'm going to need to get that done. And anyway, I'm just looking forward to working in the district and to try to do everything we can to push the facility program forward and make it better.
Well, thank you so much. We're very excited to have you on board.
Thank you.
So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Okay, Dr. Trujillo, administrative appointments, Principal of Carrillo.
Yes, the award-winning A-rated School of Excellence Carrillo Magnet. Tonight we recommend, hopefully, its next principal. She is a longtime employee of the district, noted for her service at one of the other flagship magnet schools, Mansfield, where she was a key member of the team that helped to lead Mansfield to its own A-rated designation with the Arizona Education Foundation as a school of excellence, as well as an A-rated school by the Arizona Department of Education. Her deep knowledge as magnet coordinator and serving as interim principal at Mansfield Middle right now make her an exceptional choice tonight. So tonight we recommend Mrs. Kirsten Biddle to serve as the principal of Carrillo.
I'd like to move the item.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, congratulations. Is she here with us? Hi there, Ms. Biddle. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, governing board members, and to the Carrillo community. I'll be brief because I know it's been a long night tonight. I just want to say that I'm honored to be joining the Carrillo family, and I'm looking forward to serving with such a dedicated and committed faculty. I know they've got a long tradition of excellence, and I'm very privileged to be able to work with the staff to continue that forward. So, thank you very much.
Awesome.
Welcome to the Cougar family.
Congratulations, Mrs. Biddle. Congratulations.
Have a good evening. Thank you. All right. Next is the principal for John B. Wright, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, tonight's recommendation currently serves as the assistant principal at VC, one of our largest and most diverse K-5 student bodies in the district. We're excited to nominate her and recommend her tonight as the next principal of John B. Wright. Mrs. Brenda Encinas is our recommendation.
All right. Is Ms. Encinas here? Oh, well, I guess we have, I'll move. Yeah, I'll move. And Ms. Grijalva, would you like to second?
Sure.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right. Congratulations, Ms. Encinas.
Hello, Brenda.
Thank you. Dr. Trujillo, President, Council, Governing Board, I am honored to have the opportunity to serve the John B. Wright community. I am committed to continue the momentum and all the great things that the community has accomplished. And you are all now officially invited to come see for yourself everything that I already know is happening there. So, and I look forward to learn all about it and serve the community as a whole community and work together. Thank you again for the
wonderful.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you.
All right. Administrative appointment, Borton Magnet.
Yes, tonight's recommendation has a long history of excellence in service and leadership in TUSD, and it runs deep across several school communities with distinguished tenures as both interim and principal at hallowed academic institutions like Lineweaver, and served at Borton once before as its interim principal, and of course distinguished for her several-year run of excellence over at Dietz as its proud principal. She has a proud history of her service as an interim, most recently at Ochoa, and very, very impressive and inspiring always in her ability to bring staff and community together. Tonight, Lisa McCorkle is our recommendation to serve as interim principal once again at Borton Elementary.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, congratulations. Is Ms. McCorkle here? Hi, Ms. McCorkle.
Hi, hi, Adelita. Hi, everyone. That wasn't protocol, sorry. I'm so thrilled to be going back to Borton, and I hope that you will all come visit us because Borton is a great community. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity again.
You know, you keep answering the phone, Lisa. They're going to keep calling you.
You're so funny. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and we're lucky to have you. Anywhere that you choose to be. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Next is Assistant Principal, Pueblo High School.
Yes, our hiring recommendation this evening is currently serving as the interim assistant principal at UHS, but her Pueblo roots run deep. She previously served Pueblo before departing to UHS as its Dean of Students and as its MTSS coordinator. Tonight, we're proud to recommend Mrs. Carla Martinez to serve as the assistant principal in Pueblo.
I'll move the item.
I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, Ms. Martinez, congratulations. Are you here?
I am here, and good evening, Dr. Trujillo, President Counts, and the governing board. I thank you so much for this opportunity, and like Dr. Trujillo says, this truly feels like a homecoming for me. I've had the pleasure of serving our warriors in the public community previously, and I'm excited to rejoin the team and the wonderful public community as our new assistant principal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
I'll see you next year.
Again, see you soon.
All right, good night. Okay, next we have assistant principal for McGee Middle School.
Yes, our assistant principal recommendation for McGee Middle School is currently serving as its interim principal, or interim assistant principal there. Angela Schiavone has a long record of service here in the district. She most recently, prior to this assignment, served with pride the Utterback community there for several years. And tonight we do recommend her for the permanent position that she currently holds on an interim basis for assistant principal at McGee. So tonight we recommend Ms. Angela Schiavone to fill this position.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, congratulations. Is she here with us?
I am. We have had a wonderful year at McGee. I want to thank all of you for having me back. I am honored and privileged. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Schiavone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last one is assistant principal of Seacrest Middle School.
Yes, tonight's hiring recommendation is also currently serving as the interim assistant principal, and tonight we seek to make things permanent with her recommendation. Prior to serving as the interim assistant principal at Seacrest, she also served as its dean. So she's been serving the Scorpions for the last several years. Prior to that, she came to TUSD from Rose Academy, where she served as an assistant principal for 3 school years. And tonight we proudly recommend Ms. Denise Salcedo to serve as the as the permanent assistant principal now out there at Seacrest.
So moved.
Okay. Was that Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Is she here tonight?
I am. I'm so excited to be here. President Counts, board members, and Dr. Trujillo, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm excited to spend another year, if not more than that, at Seacrest. I'd be remiss by not mentioning 2 individuals have been strong advocates in helping me be the best person that I can be for this position, and that would be Associate Superintendent Holly Lehman-Hamill and my principal right now at Seacrest, Debbie Garcia. Thank you so much for having faith in me, because we are going to make Seacrest greater. So thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate you.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Okay, Dr. Trujillo, item 7.8, the reappointment of community member to the Tucson Unified School District Technology Oversight Committee.
Yes, we are seeking action this evening for the reappointment of Duncan Simpson to a 2-year term on the TUSD Technology Oversight Committee, with the term set to expire in 2023. The TOC, the TALK as it's called, of course, is comprised of 8 community members who serve 2-year terms and 1 student member who serves a 1-year school term. So tonight we seek the reappointment of Mr. Duncan Simpson.
Moved.
I'll second.
I'll second. Oh, Ms. Luna Rose.
Okay, Ms. Luna Rose seconds. Any questions, comments?
So there was no items attached to this. Do we have any information about who this person is?
I'll ask Yolanda if you have the resume.
Yolanda is, 1 second. Do you have any information on the applicant for the District Technology Oversight Committee?
Duncan is an existing member, so he's not new. So would we have anything on file?
He started off as a student in high school, and then he moved up to, once he graduated, he became a member of the TALK, and now he's going for reappointment. So I don't believe we have an application that far back on file. We do have a hard copy at the office.
Okay. So he is a current member. It's not that he left and is now coming back?
That is correct.
Okay.
His term expired, so we reached out to him to ask if he wanted to continue on the TALK committee, and he agreed to it, so this is why the item's on the agenda.
And I've only heard good things about that committee. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, congratulations. Dr. Trujillo, item 7.10, intergovernmental agreement between TUSD and Pima County.
Yeah, we're very excited about this item, and I'm going to turn it over to our director for pre-K programming here and community schools programs, Mrs. Reen Kievit, for a brief overview and presentation. But tonight we seek your approval to accept the over $2.1 million in funding, thanks to the generosity of the Pima County, to expand early childhood education and preschool programs at 8 locations in the upcoming school year. Mrs. Kievit?
Good evening. Okay, my PowerPoint's coming up. So good evening, Board President Counts, distinguished board members, Dr. Trujillo, and legal counsel. I'm here this evening to share with you plans for a pre-K expansion through a partnership with Pima County. Next slide, please. This is an excerpt from Pima County's official announcement regarding their commitment to help fund high-quality pre-K programming. So on May 4th, the County Board of Supervisors voted to approve a plan to allocate up to $10 million in county funds and almost $3 million from cities, towns, and other partners to assist low-income families with paying for high-quality preschool. They have other partnerships going, so they're also working with Pima Community College, First Things First, the state agency that's focused on early childhood, and child parent centers, so also a partnership with Head Start. Next slide, please. I have submitted for your review the complete IGA with Pima County, and Rob Ross has already reviewed and approved it from a legal standpoint. So I'm just going to highlight for you the major terms of the IGA. So again, the purpose is to increase the number of high-quality preschool classes available to low-income families without cost. The term begins for the IGA on August 1st and runs for 2 years through May 31st, 2023. In order for a family to be eligible, they have to have a 3, 4, or 5-year-old and 5-year-old not eligible for kinder with a household income at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. So what that means for us is that we're going to be receiving just over $2 million over 2 years, up to $118,800 per 18 student class. The district's in-kind contributions to the program include the classroom space, utility costs, custodial, food, administrative, all the things that we do to make sure everything is cohesive and running well together. And then classes will operate no less than 6 hours a day and between 10 to 12 months per year. Next slide, please. Where we're expanding. So Ford, Robbins, Borton, Kelland, and Cabot, we selected those schools because they don't have, right now, they don't offer any preschool opportunities for their community, and this will help ensure that we're getting in all our K-5 and K-8 schools. So we definitely selected them so that those communities have access. And then BC, Shoemaker, and Warren either have a tuition or a free part-time preschool program, and they have shown through our data a significant need in that area for more access because they fill very quickly. And so those are the reasons why we selected those areas. We also have a lot of high needs and low socioeconomics at Shoemaker specifically, and then BC doesn't have a free program, so it will really help that community. Next slide. So the logistics of the programs. They will run 10 months, August through June. They will be bell to bell, completely free to families who qualify, breakfast, lunch, and snacks included. We are going to work on hiring a combination of certified general ed and ex-ed early childhood certified teachers and TAs. Cap for each class will be 18 students. They will be licensed through DHS. They will be using the TEL curriculum. And then our department will help provide services around posting positions, interviewing, hiring, qualifying families, helping them with the applications, the paperwork, placements, coaching, PD, and of course supporting the principals. So whatever is needed, my team and I will be there to make sure that this is as smooth and as successful as can be. Next slide, please. So that really sums up the big picture. What questions, feedback, or concerns do you have for me tonight?
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Grijalva.
The only thing I would add, Reem, is when we voted on this item, I brought up the need that you highlighted and other people have about having a sliding scale. And so giving more people an opportunity that are, both parents are working, you're not 200% under, but you can't afford to pay for a full tuition. And so just because logistically, or you have more than one child, it gets pretty expensive rather quickly. And so I'm wondering if you could work on something that you think would be workable within TUSD, because I think it'll roll out pretty easily. But one of the things about this is that we're trying to encourage families that qualify to get signed up for programs that are already existing. So then this is supposed to fill that gap. And so once we get those families qualified, then conceivably they wouldn't be using county funds, they would be using the funds that are already allocated. And then our current administration, President Biden, is talking about, free preschool. And so really looking at the possibility to expand would be great. So yeah, but it was a good vote, this one. So I'm glad.
We are so grateful and thrilled and excited, and just, the whole ECE community, which is pretty large in Tucson in general, is just basically crying tears of joy. So thank you so much.
Ms. Counts?
Yes.
No, I am extremely happy that we're doing this. And this is going to be such huge rewards for the families involved and for our community that's going to pay dividends for decades to come. And all the evidence I've seen kind of really points to that. So I'm so glad we're doing this. Just some kind of logistical questions and budget questions, of course. So the $2.1 million, how many students are we expecting to enroll?
So there are 8 classrooms, and we're hoping that each classroom will reach cap at 18 students. So what's 18 times 8? That's how many.
Okay, so they're mixed. I think I saw the original agreement had different for 3 to 4 and 4.
144.
144.
Okay.
Thank you. So
I think Dr. Ravi, what you're looking at, the mix has to do with ages, because if you have 3 and 4 mixed and 3, 4, and 5, the number has to get smaller. So that's, I think that's where it's coming from. So if you have
just a 4-year-old,
all 4, then the number can go a little higher.
Yeah, I think it's 20 if we do just a 4-year-old class. My concern with that, and the reason we went with 3, 4, and 5, is it opens it up to more students. And because we are recovering from a pandemic and enrollment is low throughout our district and everywhere right now, we're just kind of trying to recover from that. I felt that we had a better chance of filling up every spot if we went with a 3, 4, 5-year-old. Also, all our preschool programs in our department are mixed ages, and there's a lot of great data to support how that benefits the kids and the continuity of care.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to move the item.
I'll second. Reem, you know I've been working on this for a long time, so thank you, Ms. Grijalva and everybody else. The ECE community is just so overjoyed. What my question is one, if you guys are also qualifying everybody, is that the case, or is there going to be a qualifying agency? Because I just don't know how you guys are going to do that without a increase in staff.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but I have the most amazing team on the planet who steps up and gets everything done. So we will do it. We are working on plans. We did hire some teachers, 4 teachers, who volunteered for some summer work to help for a few weeks to lighten the load. So we're hoping that too will help. But yes,
it'll probably be, you have your registration period of a month or 2, and then you're going to be slammed, and then it's, you have your kiddos, and most of them will stay through the year, and then it'll be easier the following year if you have those mixed age groups. But okay, well, good luck. let Dr. Trujillo and us know if it becomes, just unreasonable, at least for that temporary period of time. And then my other question was about, are we doing the quality rating system or national accreditation, and where are we on, is that a requirement, and then where are we on that?
So they prefer if you are nationally accredited or have a star rating of 3 to 5. However, we have had all of our preschool programs on the Quality First wait list. So if you can't get into one of those programs, as long as you work, your programs are designed around Quality First standards, and you are on the Quality First wait list, then we were accepted into those programs. So we run all our classrooms right now, regardless of whether or not they're a Quality First site, using the Quality First standards. So that will be an easy thing, a requirement to meet.
Okay. And then are they allowing, is it like a year process where they're going to be doing the assessments and checking for the quality for the 3 stars or above? Or are you automatically accepted into it?
As of right now, we've been accepted into it. Okay. So I think there will be some sort of evaluation process, but they haven't shared those details yet.
Okay. Well, great. Super excited, and thank you so much for all your work, Reem.
My absolute pleasure.
That's good.
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Mr. Graboy-Shaw.
So a couple more logistic questions. This is going live, like we're starting this like in this August of 21?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm assuming we haven't posted any positions or anything, but we need to get all these positions filled in the next 2 months and up and going?
Yes. So we tried to fill the positions, and I was told and informed that we couldn't do that until we got your vote. Mm-hmm. And so we are ready and prepped to post those positions starting tomorrow. Once this passes through the board, and then we will post those positions right away. We've been really lucky with teachers and for preschool. We've had a lot of teachers retire at the end of this school year, and all of those retired positions were filled. So we are hoping that we will be just as lucky with these 8 slots. We have the county and the partnership is being very generous in their flexibility, knowing that we are all in recovery mode from the pandemic, and that we may not be able to fill everything right away. So they're giving us some grace period, like through January. And then documentation of best efforts. So that money will be given to us regardless of if we fill every single slot this first year, in hopes to rebuild.
And then in one of the slides mentioned, on the agreement mentioned the $1,750 costs from TUSD. So it's about $250,000. Is that actually be a cost we see in the budget? Like, is that an M&O thing, or is that just like?
No, that's
already...
just what they're estimating the value is with the in-kind. So it's probably honestly a lot more than that, but it's just an estimate of what it would have costed us. So basically how much the space costs, the heating and cooling, the administrative stuff, HR stuff. So it's not something we're actually paying out of pocket. It's just what they think our financial contribution would be, if that makes sense.
It does, but like in these schools though, these 8 schools, like do we need to purchase any playground equipment or anything? Like are these ready for like 3-year-olds running around?
So we're lucky in that we have a lot of materials and supplies and storage and furniture. So we're going to make sure and use that first, and then we're going to use some of our scholarship funding to fill in any gaps that we have. But it's not going to be much, and we have our own personal budget for that, so we should be good and covered.
Great. Transportation, is it all provided by the parents?
Transportation is provided by the parents unless they have an IEP and qualify for transportation, then they will absolutely be routed.
Okay. Great. This is item, all right, so it is an action item and we moved it and I seconded, so I should know that. All right, Michelle, could you please do a roll call vote?
Ms. Grijalva?
Yes.
Dr. Grijalva?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Counts?
Yes. Okay, item passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Reem. This was all very exciting. Good thing for the kiddos of Tucson and families.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Reem.
Okay, item 7.11, ASBA political agenda priorities. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Counts. I'll step in here because usually this is a function of the liaison, which you're actually going to vote on tonight. So we're seeking 2 actions this evening. Number 1 is for the governing board to adopt the 5 or the motion to approve the 5 political agenda priorities from the Arizona School Boards Association, and also to vote to appoint your own representative to the delegate assembly that will be held on September 11th, 2021, coming on this fall. Jean, if you want to pull up the screenshot of the identified ASBA political agenda, the priorities, there you go. Every year, of course, the Arizona School Boards Association surveys its member school boards to collect what they deem to be the 5 most critical issues. Then the ASBA leadership team seeps through all of the data to come up with their identified priorities. You can see the 5 right here on your screen. And so the motion is to support and approve of these as the identified priorities for ASBA.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Okay, Dr. Trujillo, we're just voting to approve what ASBA is proposing?
Yes.
As a district? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions, board members?
Ms. Counts?
Yes, Ms. Grijalva.
Can we also wrap in the delegate for ASBA into this item, or should we do 2, Rob?
Mr. Ross?
You can put it in one vote, or you can split it out into separate actions.
Well, I was wondering if Miss Luna Rose would be interested in representing TUSD as the ASBA delegate.
Thank you, Ms. Grijalva. Yes, I would be happy to.
Hooray! Was anyone else interested? Yay! We're very happy that you're interested, Natalie. I guess whoever, I guess Ms. Counts, you move the item. So if you could.
Yes, I amend the motion to include Ms. Luna Rose as our delegate.
Second.
Yay. No, I think I seconded. Right? I can't remember. You know what? Robbie seconds.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Right. Congratulations, Ms. Luna Rose. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm sitting here in the dark back office. The lights that keep going off. So we are on item 7.2, Governing Board Policy DAA. Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, so in a moment I'll turn this over to Mr. Ross and, of course, Ms. Weatherless to address the content, and of course Mr. Ross to address the language and the procedure. But this is our revision to policy DAA to establish a 1% contingency percentage that the board would be responsible for setting aside in terms of a contingency carry forward with each budget cycle. Mr. Ross, Ms. Weatherless.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Board members, this is listed as a second read, but it's actually the third time, I believe, it has been before the board. With some feedback that the board gave and adjustments made for that. There have been no additional comments to it, and again, the main points of this are to establish that 1% minimum contingency, make sure that it's on a schedule to review every year in the budget process, and that we make sure whatever that, if that 1% is changed, that it gets entered on the exhibit. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Weatherless if she wants to add any additional information.
No, it's all captured here in the language, just seeking your approval so it can be memorialized going forward in the budget process.
So moved.
I'll second. I have a question for Mr. Ross. I remember our first year on the board, Ms. Grijalva bringing something similar to this, which I thought had already passed. So what's going on here?
Ms. Counts, I think what it is we're supposed to look at it every year and see if we need to revise that percentage. Is that right, Mr. Ross?
That's correct. That's correct. And we also wanted to memorialize in there that we were going to do that every year and make sure that it was entered onto the exhibit so that it's totally transparent to the public what that following year's contingency reserve is.
Okay.
I would imagine that the budget advisory might take a look at this as part of that schedule too.
Okay. Any other questions, board members? Okay, not hearing any. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. Okay, and at this point, I need to leave for the evening. So, and we just have information items. I'm going to pass over the torch to Ms. Shaw, and I will be watching this from home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Counts. Next up is item 9.1. Dr. Trujillo?
Yes, item 9.1. This is your monthly expenditure update. This will cover April of 2021. Let's welcome back Ms. Renee Weatherless.
Thank you. Board Clerk Shaw, members of the governing board, Dr. Trujillo, Council Ross, and staff. So I am here tonight to present our April financials. If we go ahead and look at the next slide. You have seen this a couple meetings ago. What we're seeing now as we get closer to the end of the year is we're starting to trend out any open POs that may be getting close to finishing all of our purchasing, and we're going to be closing down POs. You're going to start seeing our M&O budget balance firm up to where we will end up with an actual stated amount for carry forward. So this number right now you're looking at is $14.9 million. It did change. It has gone up a little bit, about $1 million from the prior month. So again, we'll continue to see this through the trend of the next month. Instructional improvement was about the same. Classroom site funds, you don't see much change. Federal grants. There's some activity there. That's mostly in our ESSER spending. If you go to the next slide, you'll see our M&O and our capital broken down between DSEG and non-DSEG. We've been carrying forward a large budget balance on the DSEG side all year. A lot of it was because we didn't run as much transportation during the remote school year, but we did submit a proposal for a reallocation through the special master and plaintiff reps, and those have come back, and we are moving forward with that spending. So as we get near to the end of the year, you'll start seeing that number going down. Our non-DSEG M&O, that number's been carried around $9 million. It went up at about the 1.5 on the M&O side. Capital's actually going down, and that's partly the allocations that were approved a couple meetings ago for the fine arts, the interscholastics. Some of those spending is starting this year. The rest of it you'll see carry into fiscal 22. If we go to the next slide, this is the expenditure update by expenditure type. So you can see as you progress through the year, these are our year-to-date numbers only, how much we're actually spending by funding source on salaries, benefits, purchase services, etc. Next slide, please. And one more. Projected fund balances. So here you're looking at a couple red numbers off to the right, food service and community schools. What we're seeing here is the impact of the pandemic, where we have not been at the same level of meal participation nor at the same number of enrollment in the community schools. We have been tracking this trend all year. We have been prepared to be able to sustain operations through the use of ESSER funding. Aside from that, we're not seeing too much change from the prior month on our fund balances. Next slide. We're going into the classroom spending projection. So if you look at the far right, the 4 columns, we're seeing our year-to-date expenditures broken out by classroom spending category, as well as what our year-to-date percentage is tracking at. So we've been tracking all this year. We increase as we go through the year, but we're kind of holding steady just over 54% on year-to-date spending. Overall, between instruction, student support, and instructional support, we have exceeded that 70% mark. So now we're hitting some unprecedented territories where we're shifting more of our spending up into those 3 categories. So that's a good thing. Then we'll continue to monitor this throughout the remainder of the year. Here you're looking at the complete life of the classroom spending report, and it's mapping out where those percentages are. So again, the same instructional percentage of 54.1, it's over 71 for those first 3 classroom spending categories. And then where you see administration in yellow, plant operations, food service, and transportation, all of the far right numbers, these numbers will continue to adjust a little bit as all of our instructional spending continues through the remainder of June. And then the final slide is just an informational, actually the last 2. This one just gives the public kind of an idea on what kind of expenditures fall in each one of those categories. And The final slide will show you that there is a second attachment that's a part of all of the monthly expenditure reports. If you want to see any of the detail that rolls up into this PowerPoint presentation, there are reports attached that you can view that breaks it down by site and by funding source. So that is just additional information for you. So that is the end of my presentation. I will take any questions if you have any.
Any questions, board members? I don't see any questions, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next item is 9.2, Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, so 9.2 is kind of a part two. This one tonight, I know that the item that we had at our last board meeting was predominantly focused on fall registration with regard to hard numbers of parents that actually registered. Tonight, we have some really, really great news. We've got some hard data in terms of families that have signed up for summer school, broken out by grade level, and even some of our Jumpstart information. So, and it's current as of May 24th. I want to thank Mr. Young and his team for putting that together. And then we'll lead off with just sort of a brief recap. We have our Director for Communications, Leslie Lenhart. The heart of this presentation is to look at the numbers, but we'll do a brief recap of some of the promotional activities that we've been engaged in to get families to sign up. Okay, we'll take it away.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, Board Clerk Shaw, Governing Board members, and Council Ross. Jean, if you'll go to the next slide. Tonight, we're here to update you on the Summer Experience and Jumpstart programs. As we discussed a few weeks ago, we have begun registration, but based on your feedback, we made a few adjustments to the process. And so I'll start just highlighting a few of those, and then Mr. Young, as Dr. Trujillo said, will go through the actual numbers. Next slide. So we'll start with the Summer Experience Program. As we talked about last time, we have our websites. We've sent out several district parent links, but then we also we're able to identify the students who were in the most need of some additional support. So we've done some additional parent links to those families. And then, per your suggestion, we created for the Full Steam Ahead program an online registration form, as well as have printable copies of the PDF in every school. And then many of the high schools have created direct registration links, so you don't have to use the PDF form. And then our coordinators have started and have been following up with families on their registration process, what they need when the program starts next week, and more efforts will continue up until the first day of the program starting. Next slide. The Jumpstart enrollment, that also started. That started the end of last week. That program does not actually happen till the end of July 19th through 30th. We have a web page for it, which highlights all what the program is about. This is a targeted program to kinder, 1st, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 10th graders. Again, we've created an online registration form, as well as we have a printable PDF at the schools. And then we've done, since it just started, one district parent link to all of those incoming families. And I know the schools have also started doing some media and some different outreach to those families, letting them know about these programs, so they'll begin to register, and things are showing up in the school newsletters. And then again, these Jumpstart program coordinators, as registration starts coming in over the next few weeks, they'll start reaching out to those families. Next slide. We'll turn it over to Mr. Young to go through the actual numbers.
Thank you, Leslie, and good evening, Board Clerk Shaw, members of the board. Just thank you again for the feedback that you gave us last time we came before the board. I heard Board Clerk Shaw talk about the process being easy, and that was a result of the online forms that Leslie was just talking about. Her and her team did a great job at responding to that and getting those in place, and clearly we're seeing the fruit of that. So thank you for that feedback. As we look at our numbers, we'll start with looking at full steam ahead summer school enrollment for grades K-7. Last time we came before you, we were looking at forecasted numbers. These are actual numbers as of yesterday. So as of yesterday across grades K-7, you'll see the pie chart and you'll see the breakdown by grade level. With that top kind of at 1 o'clock, you'll see 781 for our kinder, and running around those numbers are very high in our lower grades, which is a good thing. But in total, across all of those grade bands, we have, as of yesterday, 5,106 students enrolled. I did have the team pull numbers today, so as of this afternoon, that number has increased from 5,106 to 5,387. So you can see that those numbers are going up daily, and we anticipate those numbers will continue to climb all this week. So we'll continue to see that. As Leslie said, we're going to have enrollment right up to the beginning. So between our campaigns and outbound access to our families, we're really hoping to continue to drive up that participation. Jean, next slide. So here's the look at grades 8-12. Again, we only had forecasted numbers last time, but you'll see here 1,314 students as of yesterday were enrolled in these grade levels. But as of this afternoon, that number climbed to 1,556. Again, just like with K-7, we expect these numbers to continue to go up, and we will continue to aggressively engage our families up to the first day. Just a reminder that we have different blocks for our high schools, so some of these programs actually go into July. So we will continue to work with our families all through the program dates. Jean, next slide. The other area that we didn't have numbers for you last time, Leslie talked about the Jumpstart just launching. And so yesterday we were at 395 students enrolled in these particular programs, focused on giving those kids an extra edge as we go into next school year. Also yesterday, the team pulled those numbers, and then we pulled them again today. And as of this afternoon, we were at 487 participants. And as with the other, the STEAM programs, we expect that these numbers will continue to climb. So those are the numbers as of yesterday, and with those additions that I summarized for today. But Jean, next slide. We're going to want to continue to come back and talk to the board about enrollment across the summer. So we'll continue to promote our programs. We will work aggressively to make sure that we engage every family that would benefit from these programs and get as many students enrolled as we can. And we're going to continue to do our marketing for that. And then we'd like to come back before the board in June and give you an update on where we landed and how things are going on the programs. And by that time, we'll be able to start giving the board a much better picture of what our enrollment is looking like for the 21-22 school year as well. So with that, that is our update for this evening, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you both for the presentation. Board members, any questions?
Yes, Ms. Shaw?
Dr. Shaw?
No, thank you for this presentation. I was very surprised to see those numbers and very pleased at how many families are taking advantage of that summer program. So great job on the marketing and enrolling kids, and I hope a lot of them do show up next week. My questions are like, so do we have teachers for these programs? Like, how many of our teachers are setting up to work that extra part in the summertime, and is everything filled and ready to go? And in that same vein, you know, as a parent whose daughter is enrolled in the summer program, being just a week out in terms of feedback, you know, I haven't received any information about who my daughter's teacher is going to be in a week, or you know, what time to drop her off or pick her up. And so that's really, like, for me as a parent, you know, that's just some feedback for me. Like, I hate not knowing this information, like, just a week out from the class starting. And so kind of in the same vein of what teachers do we have, and who's teaching my daughter, and what are we communicating out to parents with, especially with a long weekend?
So, Dr. Ravi Shaw, Heidi Aranda is here with us, and she has been very engaged in working with our regionals to build out these programs. So I'm going to ask her to respond to your question because she'll be able to give you the most accurate detail.
Good evening, Board Clerk Shaw, Governing Board members, Dr. Trujillo, Council Ross. So we have about over 600 teachers that are currently signed up to teach both Full Steam Ahead and the high school summer school. And as you can imagine, keeping up with the increase in enrollments daily, our coordinators are making adjustments, hiring additional staff. We've opened up pools, summer school teacher pools, and that's possibly why, the assignments to classes haven't been finalized. I know I'm responding to a lot of emails tonight from coordinators doing staffing adjustments and class assignments and meeting with their summer teacher staff. So it is, there's a little bit of shift in the increasing enrollments. We're working hard to support our staff, our schools, to be able to increase filling of their positions that are coming up. I'm sorry, were there any more questions that I missed?
Heidi, if you can kind of talk about the timeline for communication for schools in terms of when parents can expect to see information on transportation, on teaching schedules, who's going to be the kid's teacher.
Sure. You should expect by the end of the week, by the end of the week, you should expect to hear communication from your coordinators, from your sites, regarding those details of teachers and when to drop off and anything that your students might need.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, yeah, and I was pleasantly surprised to see these numbers as well, and to see the ease in the application now that it's been revised. So thank you so much for that.
That's wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for your time this evening. We look forward to coming back and updating you again in June.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, item 9.3, Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, our last item of the evening, we wanted to give just a brief update on where the district stands with regard to its COVID-19 readiness and response infrastructure, which covers testing and covers where we're at with guidance from Pima County Health Department in a number of different areas. It'll also provide an overview of our current situation with regard to case positivity in the district. And I want to lead off by offering my sort of recommended timeline for discussion of masks and whether or not we are going to move to a masks optional policy in August of 21 to kick off the 21-22 school year. So my recommendation is that it's early. I think we need to wait for CDC guidance, which is going to come out a little bit later on in the summer. I think we need to see what our sister school districts are doing next door at Sunnyside, what's going to be done in Flowing Wells and Amphi. I think we need to have more intense discussions with the Pima County Health Department before we could advance that possible discussion. And I see it definitely coming back to the board with I see us coming back with some administrative recommendations based off of all of those data points. And I really see that as a July discussion. I know that our parents are anxious. I know the community is anxious. I know that our employees are anxious. But as with many other aspects of this pandemic, the pandemic has its own timeline. And unfortunately, we're subject to that timeline. And I think it's still relatively early to be having that conversation. With that being said, part of tonight's item, I did ask our Director for Health Services as part of her presentation to just kind of review, what the existing guidance is for schools from CDC and whether or not the governing board, wants to examine maybe recess during summer school and maybe having a more limited discussion about masks pursuant just to recess coming up with summer school and that outdoor play time that our kids have. So we'll get to that as part of this overall presentation. With that, I want to throw it over to our Director for Health Services, Ms. Nikki Stefan.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, Jane, you can go to the next slide. So I believe all of us are following these numbers pretty well, but I just want to go through it real quickly with you. This is specific to school benchmarks. They changed it from what it used to be, but basically Pima County is an insubstantial transmission, meaning we typically have 50 to 100 cases per 100,000. And transmission is the same. And so we're insubstantial, which is about where we were this time last year in May. Next slide, please. So if you look at these numbers, and I made sure we know we're a couple weeks behind, and if you look at May 5th, it's about 50 cases per week, and the same for May of last year. So that kind of gives you a sense of where we're at. And I always, well, I hate to, but if you look at the death rate, it's 2%. And I think all of us have been touched by that. That's one person in every 450 with COVID dies. And I just want to be frank about that. Next slide, please. Pima County always talks about sports, and I just wanted to say we're doing a great job with our interscholastics. And I wanted to give a shout out to the coaches and to the athletic trainers, because we're actually doing better than Pima County rates. We've had 14 cases as staff members and 43 students throughout the whole entire school year. So we've really been very successful with interscholastic and athletes. In fact, the last case we had was in March, and we haven't had any other cases since then. So I'd say our mitigation is really working, and it feels safe to be in sports right now, I would say. Next slide, please. So this was the shocking news that came out, I believe it was May 13th or 14th. By the CDC, and then quickly after, Pima County followed. As we all know, we were kind of shocked, but here it is. Fully vaccinated people 2 weeks after their final dose, whether they have a 1 dose of J&J or a 2 dose of Pfizer or Moderna, may participate in indoor and outdoor activities without wearing a mask or physically distancing. That's what the CDC is saying. And if you've been around with someone who's had COVID, you no longer have to quarantine. This has been real beneficial for us in schools, since they say about 85% of our staff are vaccinated. We just aren't seeing the rates of sending students and staff home to quarantine. And, you know, quarantine is at least 8 days. So this has been a real success story for us, too. And I believe a big piece is our mitigation, as well as so many staff getting vaccinated. So success again. Pima County Board of Supervisors kind of went right along with that a day or two later, stating fully vaccinated people are no longer required to wear face masks in Pima County. And they're still recommending people that are unvaccinated wear a face covering. Let's see if I have anything else with that. Okay, next slide, please. So here is specific to school, and the CDC has made it very clear that they are going to come out with some new strategies and new recommendations for the 21-22 school year. And what they're asking for right now is to schools stay the course. Don't make any changes at the moment. So they've really made that very clear. And why? Because students haven't all been vaccinated yet. Next slide, please. So this is just a little bit about our vaccination clinics. We have been working with Pima County Health Department, and we plan to continue. We've had a lot of success, and a lot of that is due to a lot of help with Leslie, communications, family resource centers. They've just been great. So we had a clinic at Maldonado, about 100 kids, the same at Miller. Pueblo's had 2 clinics, about 300 students and staff. That was our first time where we did students and family members, because that's when the reg changed, or Pfizer changed, and we could vaccinate children older than 12. And we've been very successful at that at Pueblo High School. And we just had a clinic on May 24th at Palo Verde through one of our family resource centers. And that was about 150 students and their family members. And the great part about working with Pima County, they make the appointment to come back in 3 weeks later. So you see our next vaccine clinic is June 24th, again at Palo Verde. So we have permission to continue with this, and so our goal will be just to keep having clinics at different various family resource centers in town, and continue to touch base with families that are hesitant and students who want to have the vaccine. Next slide, please. So antigen testing in schools, this has been, I think, really beneficial to our students and staff members in keeping them in school. So this we initiated right after spring break, and you can see we administered only 57 tests that first month. Well, we changed our regulation, and our regulation now states if you're a student or staff member and you have a test and you test negative and you're done with your symptoms, you're done with your illness, you can come on back to school and we'll test you. We'll test you as you leave school when you're sick, or when you come back to school when you're feeling better. And so you can see we're really doing quite a bit of testing, 550 over the last month. So, and we will continue that at summer schools. That's one of our goals for summer schools, to keep on working with the antigen testing. And I think that is it for me, unless mitigation. We know we just want to continue with 3 to 6 feet, if at all possible, face mask, hygiene, don't touch your face, and avoid really contact areas, especially indoors. And number 1, vaccinating is my thought process there, and good quarantining and isolation. And I think in TUSD we got it. We're doing a good job, and everybody's, I think I feel really good about it. A lot better place than I did last year at this same time. And I think that's it.
Thank you for the presentation. Board members, any questions?
Yeah, Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
I mean, I think that you brought up the point about, having the conversation about masks, but where I am is until the CDC gives different guidance, I think we should just stick with that. It's one of the reasons why Pima County passed this, changed the mask mandate, because we're following the science. And so as much as it felt a little weird for a lot of us, and a lot of us are still wearing masks, I think that, the CDC basically said in schools, we wear masks because not everyone has had the opportunity to even get a first dose in our elementary schools for sure. And even those that were vaccinated the very first day won't be able to get their second shot until June 3rd. So it's 2 weeks from then. And so for summer school and all of that, Dr. Trujillo, is the expectation that we're going to continue with the same sort of mitigation strategies that we did for those students that were on campus?
Absolutely. We're making absolutely no recommendations to change. We want to continue with our mask mandate for all classes going on in summer school. And we're willing to entertain a discussion here at this point to kind of test the waters and see how our board feels about recess and understanding that all we know about outdoor environments and all the science tells us about lower transmission rates and a mitigated circumstance with regard to transmission outside, if the governing board, I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on, for recess only, masks being optional for the kids, and of course staying mask mandates indoors at all times, but possibly looking at this adjustment for summer school. I want to reiterate, I'm not recommending a discussion or any real decision making on masks for the 21-22 school year for the reasons that we've heard, but definitely for summer school, I'm interested in what the thoughts are here tonight.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, and thank you, Ms. Stefan. I'll answer Dr. Trujillo's question first. I'm sending my daughter to summer school, and she'll have had her second shot by the end of that week. So I was hesitant before if I was going to send her to summer school at all. But now that she's had at least one vaccine, and she's, I am going to say, and I think the adults have had the problem with the mask. The kiddos seem to be okay with it. Just talking to my daughter and her friends and nieces and nephews, they really don't have a problem. We seem to be the ones that have a problem, and I've even had her age group tell me that we need to grow up with the masks, and I agree. So, and I'm saying that publicly, we do. That being said, I think on the playground though, we all live in Tucson, having our kiddos run around in 105 heat on the playground, and they're coming back in and they're barfing or whatever, or there's headaches and things like that. I think we want to try to mitigate that on the playground, assess them before they come back in. But we have had a good amount of our students be in the classroom the last couple of weeks, and the mask situation seems to be going well. So I do agree for summer school, at least on the playground. And then Ms. Stefan, I haven't seen anything in the news, but since you probably talk to the health department more than I would, do we have any inclination of perhaps when vaccines may be available for the under 12?
No, Mrs. Luna Rose, we do not at this point in time.
There, Ms. Shaw?
Go ahead.
I was listening to NPR, and they were talking about they're doing tests on 10 and 11-year-olds, and they're looking at 9, but right now the number's pretty small. And so they're doing some placebos, so they've split up a group into 2/3 received the vaccine and 1/3 didn't, and just to see how they're doing. But I think that they're sort of I think they're doing them now. They're doing the trial runs now, so maybe they'll let us know. But I do think that that's going to change some things for our elementary schools. If 10 and under are not able to access a vaccine, then we'll have to see what the CDC says. But I do think that it's really difficult. My daughter had a PE, like a assessment, where they had to run, and running outside in 90 degrees with a mask was a little rough. So, and I'm noticing our students are not really congregating, and they're a lot smarter, I think, than as Miss Luna Rose was saying. They know what they need to be doing, and so I think that we can. I think that I would be interested in hearing from our elementary and middle schools and high schools on what it would look like to not have masks outside, and they just kind of have them handy, and they get too close in a crowd, they can put a mask on. But I think that we should look at it if we're going to be allowing our people that are looking at sports in games and stuff like that to sit in our stadiums and not have masks. Then I think it's worth exploring for our kids to be able to play outside.
Michelle?
Go ahead.
I really don't want my daughter wearing a mask during recess this summer, but I'm looking at the CDC website. They're still saying, if unvaccinated people, like our children, attend a small outdoor gathering with fully vaccinated and unvaccinated people, they still recommend a mask. And until I see the CDC or some other public, reputable public health agency recommending something different, I think we need to keep on the side of public health and safety on this one. So even though I'd rather her not have a mask when she's running around in 110-degree weather, at this point, unless I see some public health entity say something different, I don't feel comfortable doing something differently. I think what we can look into is the older kids, and if we have a sports team that's fully vaccinated and other kinds of, other kinds of, venues with fully vaccinated people, that's when things change. And so those are things I would be willing to explore. But for our youngest, especially who don't have access to the vaccine, I'm not ready for, I don't think we're ready for a change.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Personally, I do think that we should make it optional for recess and being outdoors, like what the other board members said. When the temperature rises, it gets to be almost dangerous to have a mask on if you're, like an elementary school student and really playing, hard on the playground and running around playing tag. I think it creates a dangerous situation. I've seen it with my daughter already on playgrounds wearing a mask, and her mask is covered in, spit, and I see her laboring. And finally I was just like, just don't wear the mask, outside. And so I think that is something that we should consider. I would be comfortable with it. I've seen, data that says that outside there's enough airflow to make it, safer than indoors at least. And so I think we should give our kids some breathing room, and the time to do that is when they're outside. So I don't want a hard rule where if you're outside you still have to wear the mask, because a lot of the times there is a good amount of space between kids, and I think that they do need some recess, not just to run around but to breathe without a mask covering their nose and mouth. That being said, I do think that I appreciate you, Dr. Trujillo, for putting out a flexible date for when we will, come back to this and discuss, just for those people in the public who, keep asking us when and why we're not making masks optional now. I think we should, keep discussing it. I certainly am afraid of that happening, but I think it is something that we have to just keep looking to as we move forward. Any more questions, board members? Okay, then that is the end of this discussion. Thank you, Ms. Stefan. And last but not least, item 10.1.
Yes, item 10.1. We have a couple of items I want to highlight for our next governing board meeting. We did move our ESSER expenditure plan approval from this meeting to June 8th. That way we could give our schools more time to submit their items. And so we will be returning on June 8th, and we will have the comprehensive ESSER proposal. We are going to break it out by ESSER expenditure category and just list out the expenditure requests that align to each category and that have been vetted and approved. I'm going to provide the governing board this information in its entirety at least a full week before the meeting, because it is a lot of information. And of course, all of it will be posted publicly before the meeting. And then the other really big item I want to highlight that we'll be presenting for the first time publicly is our plans to offer a Tucson Unified Virtual Academy. We'll dig a little deep logistically in the operational details of our plans to offer a 100% remote option for parents and students in the upcoming school year if they so choose. So just two really big items that we'll be focusing in on June 8th.
Board members, any items to add to the future agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing anything. All right, well, thank you, everyone. Meeting is
Thank you. Enjoy graduation. Happy graduation to everyone, and thanks to you teachers for doing an amazing job.
Have a good evening.
And well, you know what? I'm sorry. One other thing for the future for agenda items, Dr. Trujillo, if we can get some information about our graduates, number of graduates. I mean, it'd be great if our high schools would share information about where our students are going to school, and I just think that those are really great stories to have, and to tell our story. I think it's amazing.
We'll put that together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.